9:58, ladies and gentlemen, those who are still...
Labrīt!
Good morning, good morning. So this was in a different language as well. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today is 10th of April. It's 10 a.m. And I address you from Hotel Samara Lielupe in Jūrmala. We start the annual conference of Latvian State Roads, second day. I am Juris Steinbergs. I still will be your moderator. Yesterday, we spent absolutely amazing day one with quite intense discussions and presentations about the safety on the Latvian State Roads. There were colleagues from Estonian, Lithuania, from Sweden. We will be able to watch it all in the record if you couldn't participate yesterday. And today is day 2, and it will be more devoted to the different technological solutions for the road construction and maintenance. There will be a presentation about bridges, different IT solutions. In case you want to add some other friend or colleague to our group, because you can watch it online on the Latvian State Roads website, on the portal Leta, and also in a Facebook profile of Latvian State Roads. You can listen it without the translation on original language. Then there is an English translation, and third one is for those who don't understand English. There is a translation into Latvian language. I have to tell this also in those who don't speak Latvian.
Annual conference of Latvian State Roads. This is the second day already, and welcome to join us. The conference is broadcasted on the portal of news agency Leta, also on the homepage of Latvian State Roads, and in Facebook, on Facebook, in the profile of Latvian State Roads, with translation from Latvian into English. It's for those of you who do not speak Latvian. So welcome and join us. Dāmas un kungi, par jautājumu.
Ladies and gentlemen, about asking questions, and that's quite important. We have a platform, Slido. There is a with a hashtag LVC you can join and ask questions to those who will present to us from the stage, and also for the free mic, which will be 1 hour long from 11:30. Yesterday there was a free mic, which was very productive part of our conference. Here we collect the most leading people from Latvijas valsts ceļi, both from their position and their expertise, and then you can make a phone call. Here is the number. It's 25499533. 25499533. Please write that down, and you can make a direct call to us and talk with those experts on the stage. Also, for all the translations, all the broadcasts, you can comment, and we wait for your comments. And I will try them as good as I can to readdress to the Latvian State Roads experts. It would be amazing if you would mention to whom you address your question. So, that was initial technical information. I wish you all interesting and productive second day of the conference, and invite our first speaker. It's a board member of Latvijas valsts ceļi, Verners Akimovs, who will speak about the selection of the technologies with the restrictions of the financing. Good morning, everybody who is present here, everybody who is watching us on broadcast. My today's topic is that technology selection with a limited financing. My presentation will include maybe superficial explanation about several topics, and today those topics will be wider explored by other colleagues on the stage. About the challenges of the industry. Those 4 points might be the main ones. Talking about the financing, I have to mention that we are staying now only relying on the budget investments, because no structural funds have remained where we could get the conditions that there can be direct investments into the road. There is a military mobility with dual use, but such structural funds that are dedicated particularly to the road network, they are not present. I will also speak about the climate change effect, how that affects the construction solutions. It's maybe not so big for the construction stage, but for the maintenance, yes, it's crucial. About the sustainability requirements, it's a very high demand to look for new financing instruments, and we have to be very careful with that, since we have to evaluate it in very big detail, because those requirements we can achieve only in case when sustainability is eco-friendly, because they are very eco-friendly, but they are very not budget unfriendly. And talking about the work deficit for the both construction and maintenance, we all understand that the periodical maintenance that hasn't been done on time strictly affect the way we can use the roads in our daily life, and make it more expensive to repair and maintenance later. In this slide, I will speak about the amount of investments. Yesterday was a very detailed presentation about available financing, but the expectations are quite pessimistic when we look back to the 2022. That was for our industry in the last 20 years. It was a peak, but it was a COVID time when there were distributed the finances for emergency situations. But for now, financial prognosis, we would remain only with the budget bias, And in 26-27, there is a little financing for European funds, but as I mentioned before, those are not direct investments into the roads. That's more related to the micro-mobility and the transport security improvements. So the amount is really minor. And it only weighs on the budget. About the types of works we are performing, this kind of works is distributed with recent financing. Now it's asphalt and concrete surface restoration. The gravel double work. And if nothing will change in financing, then most likely I can say this pie chart you see on the left side will be either without a red part or it will be very minor. Also talking about this year, about the renovations on the bridges, we will work with a new bridge building on 16 objects, but it doesn't mean we will build new 16 bridges. In many ways, those will be bridges that are totally demolished and built anew. There are several places where there are small bridges, and then we rebuild the drainage. But in this statistic, we have to include those segments where we restore the surface on the roads. Not everywhere will be done the full restoration of the bridges. And here is a bit of the expenses for the different technologies per kilometer. The surface restoration, it's about 220 euro regional roads, 200 local, 180. When we work with a single surface maintenance, so on the regional roads, we know that there is a wider practical surface. And we don't need to restore the profile. What happens on the roadsides, it's a drainage system, the growth removal, it's in a worse condition than on the state roads. And that makes it more expensive when working with a wider road. Approximate expenses is for the A category roads is 1.3 million, for P category 1.1 million, and for local ones 580,000 euro. And here you see the other numbers according to the category. Talking about this in the deficit, these works in the deficit situation, about this red part of the pie chart. Here we are marked the local segments of the road where the condition of the road requires capital reconstruction. But looking on the financing, we can surely say that most of those projects, for instance, SLLC or SLLC, they are in the development stage. We cannot expect it to be done in the next 10 years. So we need to take a risk and make a very really brave solution to use some innovative restoration methods to save the road from total falling apart. But it will be more short-time benefit, and next investments will come much quicker than if it would be a capital restoration. About the climate change data since 1960, you can see what's increasing, what is decreasing. There is research done by Riga Technical University. We ordered this research, and we are waiting not just conclusions but also recommendations. What we as a customer should do when we're preparing technical specifications for the reconstruction. But I would like to point out that we are looking at it very scrupulously. For instance, if we see what has decreased, there are less cold and very cold days, but hot and extremely hot waves have increased. Here we can talk both about the asphalt. We can mention as an example that we maybe need to review our combination of the components in asphalt. And we need to get a more sustainable asphalt for the heat impact. But we still need to understand how much is this increase and decrease, because in last 10 years for these capitally reconstructed roads, we don't have more issues with remaining damage on the asphalt. So we, for instance, can use a polymer modified bitumen substance. It works for both in low temperatures and in high temperatures, because resistance against the cracks is very high due to the elasticity. But when there are high temperatures, it is can keep to the stability, and deformation doesn't happen. So the end conclusion with these climate changes is that effect on the construction solutions is minor. However, if we look further how the changing weather conditions affect maintenance, that's really, really significant impact on the maintenance. We can review the December of 2023 and compare it with December 2024. We see that in December 2023, the financing of the maintenance works was more or less equal, 6 and 7 millions. But we see that in year 23, it was mostly cleaning from snow, and the weather conditions were like traditional winter. However, a year later, we see that the same type of works made less than half of the works. And necessity was really big to protect the road surface from big cracks. So we did the similar maintenance works like we normally do in a summer. So talking once more about the construction works and weather conditions, it's the minor effect, but for the maintenance, we really have to take in account the climate change.
About the sustainability challenges, this is a very important topic. As I mentioned before, if we would like to attract alternative funding to state budget, we need to comply with the requirements. Here on the slide, you can see several principles and challenges there are. What I would like to mention, looking at the sustainability requirements in road construction specifically, generally there are several or more, but I would like to highlight that most is the road which is endurable, resilient, and so we can achieve the necessity to rebuild it, or reduce the necessity to rebuild it, or to make it, the service time of it longer, meaning that no investment is necessary for a longer time, and no pollution then is also involved, or using the materials that are recycled, reused. And here I must say that in their contracts, in their orders, Latvian State Roads, from the budget procurements already, they have partially complied with it, and then budget also, which goes hand in hand with point number 2. I want to say that this can only partially be achieved, but not fully. I don't see it even be achievable within the boundaries of the funding, but the use of the materials, so recycled materials were used in asphalt mixtures, maybe less so previously, but now it is regular life and we work with it. And I need to then once again highlight the sustainability requirements are there. We can comply, but it can actually just be more expensive. But like several times more expensive. And also less use of resources to extract oil, less CO2 emissions, and also less residue or construction waste. I will also touch upon the technologies that are previously not used. Let's see, before 2022-2023, there are several examples. I will not go into detail, I think, very specifically because, and specifically about the bitumen stabilization materials, our colleagues are going to tell in these leaducts. But as an example then, for P6, for example, regional road, we needed to physically actually safeguard the road, save it. So we recycled the previous asphalt layer coating, and without adding any material, then we had single layer asphalt cover. And we did achieve the result because we saved the road from total destruction. There were no such potholes that the cars would get damaged, but looking at more sustainable maybe or long-term, we already see that there are cracks, and we are, with this method, not improving the capacity of the road, but we need improvements. And but now if we have some renovations, we can functionally also prolong its service life. We are surveying, and BSM solution could be more efficient. However, in 2023, there was an experimental section when we rebuilt a bridge. On one bank, we had two-layer surface treatment, and the solution with one layer, single layer coating, but single layer coating was on fractioned, crushed rock layer, but now we see that this solution is actually working very well, and maybe in the future we're going to introduce it also more often in our practice. Yes, we are also evaluating setting geosynthetics materials for surface renovations, but and what about the myths now? Why, for example, we do not use in Latvian State Roads some rubber elements from tires? The builders understand that they need to repurpose their machinery in order to use these materials more widely. That is not, once again, sustainable. And if you look at making it more expensive, last year on A2 there was one experimental section when they reduced the bitumen, which is oil product, in the asphalt layer.
Rezultāts ir lielisks, viss ir kārtībā.
The result is excellent and everything is fine. But if we look at the calculations, then this material cannot substitute the bitumen, but can reduce its necessity. Quality management. Today, too, there's going to be a presentation from Gints Alberiņš, my colleague, Latvian State Roads. What we have introduced as stricter for we need to we need to conduct post-processing for two-layer treatment for gravel road surfaces, also horizontal markings, and also what we planned on the right, you see, and Gints Alberiņš is going to tell you in more detail. The positive is that in their procurements, Latvian State Roads are competing, are experiencing a healthy competition now. Today we see that this is 5. But last year it was 5 contenders, but 4 to 5 that has been during the last years, mainly regarding the road designs, and in construction it's 3 to 4, 2 very rarely then during the last years. And we are thus also experiencing a healthy competition. Now, at the end of the presentation, I would like to say that we are ready for the season. 177 objects are planned, 77 already contracts are signed, and for 32 there are now procurements ongoing. We're planning more than 600 kilometers. I'm not going to go more into detail than just to show you the sections of the roads. We'll not go into more details about specifics. I think this also information is available. If not available, then after the conference it's going to be definitely available. Now, colleagues, in brief, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Akimovs. Maybe there are questions. And in the audience, you can also receive a microphone to ask one. I do not see your hands currently, those who are online then. I remind you that with the live broadcast, you can comment. There is a comment section. Thank you, Mr. Akimovs. Now, I am welcoming the next speaker. There's a very interesting principle which in Latvian is not to harm or not to cause significant harm. Do no significant harm. And about this principle in road construction, we'll present Gert Smit from the Netherlands. Mr. Smit represents a company, Ecorys, that is one of the oldest consulting and research companies in Europe, founded a very long time ago, and they are solving a wide spectrum of problems related to community, urban planning, transport systems, etc., etc. Gert Smit from the Netherlands.
And we are all ears.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gert Smit. Pleasure to be here. Indeed, as the chairman introduced, do not significant harm, or abbreviated DNSH. It's a bit of an abstract principle if you just hear the 4 words, but it's important for a number of reasons. One of them being that in the funding that the European Commission, European Union is providing, it has become a condition to meet these criteria that are related to DNSH, or do not significant harm. That makes it interesting and important, of course, because money is involved. But it also means that we need to see how we can practically apply it. Now, the previous speaker, thanks for that, provided some linkages, for example, in the use of recycled materials. And that is one of the aspects that we will touch upon, or that I will quickly touch upon. So thanks again for being here. It's a good audience. I must say, a little sidestep. I've worked in Latvia on collaboration programs from the Netherlands government some 20 years ago. That was called Partners for Roads. When I was here in December, I had the pleasure to reconnect to quite a number of previous colleagues, I could say, from Latvian State Roads, and it's a pleasure to build on that. The country has certainly changed for the better, I think, but I cannot argue. I have only a very little snapshot picture of what I see when I visit, but it's always a pleasure being here. A special word of thanks, of course, to Janis and Klaas, who are the direct counterparts and who are a bit patient with us on listening to DNSH related matters, where that sometimes gets a bit abstract, but we are trying to apply it to the road sector also. Of course, thanks to the European Commission for providing the ability to work on the project. Now, if we go to the next slide, I will try to, again, emphasize. Okay, that's me, right? Yeah. What we are trying to establish now. So raising a bit of awareness and building understanding what DNSH is. That's an important part. But then, again, how it applies to the road sector and why it's important for Latvia. The project that you see on the screen is a project that we are collaborating with Latvian State Roads. We're not doing that by ourselves. We're doing that with Lieve, who is representing Veide's Experti. I think I'm saying it now properly now. I've practiced because I was saying it wrong previously, and that's my lack of understanding of the language. But more important, of course, is what we'll be discussing today. These are the items, so I will briefly introduce the topic, DNSH, what it is, then why it is important, what I mentioned earlier, it's related to the ability to receive funding. How does it work? What do you need to do to be DNSH compliant? And then, of course, make the bridge towards how it's applied in the road infrastructure sector. And I'll finalize with some key takeaways. Okay, as a very brief introduction, some of you may be familiar with the topic. For those who aren't exactly familiar, here is DNSH in a nutshell. What it tries to do, it tries to focus and make sure that projects and investment meet certain environmental criteria. It finds its origin, the concept DNSH, in EU legislation, and more specifically in legislation that was adopted 5 years ago. It's called the EU Taxonomy Regulation, and specifically in Article 7, it defines what kind of economic activities are meeting environmental criteria, and it operationalizes the environmental element of it. So, important here is that there's 3 elements related to the economic criteria. That is to meet one of the 6 environment and climate objectives. I'll present them in a little bit. And the second element, notably, is that there is no significant harm done to any of these objectives. Now, let me make that a little bit more to the point or concrete. Let me just one by one very quickly touch upon the objectives, and then later on we will apply that to the road sector, and that will hopefully make it a little bit more tangible. But the first 2 objectives are related to climate change. And the first one is on mitigation, and the other one is on adaptation. Now, the previous speaker mentioned the need for climate adaptation, and it was mentioned the cold winter, or the not so cold winter of this year was mentioned as compared to the very cold winters. But I don't know how it is in Latvia exactly. Of course, you know better. But what we see in the Netherlands, for example, that as a result of climate change, differences are expected. So, Netherlands, for example, being partly lower than sea level, we need to work on our delta plan. We need to make sure that the dikes are sufficiently high to keep our feet dry. And these are kind of considerations that are important also for the road sector, and I'll get to that in a little bit. The third and the first objective, mitigation, is mainly about CO2, greenhouse gas emissions. And the third environmental objective is about water specifically. Now, Latvia and Riga as well, of course, being close to water, there's direct impacts potentially. So the fourth element is about efficient use of materials. This is about a circular economy, but it's also about waste management. And also here the previous speaker in the, if I'm not mistaken, the P6 project mentioned the use of recycled materials as a means towards mitigating risk in terms of related to circular economy. The fifth item is emissions and pollutions into air, water and land. And the last one is about, you could say, the birds and the bees, the animals, the flora and the fauna, nature, preservation. Okay, so if these are the 6 objectives, a very quick reference to the policy framework, how it's been established in the EU. That middle part on the EU taxonomy regulation I explained, but it found its origin, its roots, represented in this tree here, in the European Green Deal, in the Green Oath, that was part of it, and also as reflected in the budget for 21-26, which is likely to prolong into the next budgeting period. And then if we move up in the greener part, we see the branches of the tree, and that's how the principle has been applied in funding instruments. So what you will see here is the Cohesion Fund, the Recovery and Resilient Facility, ERDF, but also now relevant the Social Climate Fund, for which Latvia is currently preparing its social climate plan. All of these funding instruments, being DNSH compliant is necessary. So just to illustrate that has become a very important part of working together with the European Commission and receiving EU funding. So that's represented also in this slide, why it's important. What you will see here that approximately 50% of the current EU funding, and that represents €1 trillion, already applies the DNSH principle, and that is not likely to change, or even better or worse, if you wish. It will be extending the use. So the lesson from this is, if it's here, we need to adapt and work with it to be a partner in, or to be receiving EU funding. On that note, I mean, Latvia is already doing this, so it's nothing totally new. And an example is the improving regional and local roads project that you will see on the screen, which is among the larger projects included in the recovery and resilient plan of Latvia. So Latvia knows how to deal with it, but as this will maintain to be here, it'd be good to further operationalize it and make sure that it's properly used. And that's also the objective of the project that we're having together with LVC. Now, very briefly, how does it work? Again, European Union applies a policy or a project cycle. On the top side, you will see how that works from top to right to bottom. That's the programming cycle, where projects are being established as a plan, so programming. From the bottom to the left to the top, there's the implementation cycle, part of the cycle, and normally it continues with next projects. The important part to understand, and how it also relates to DNSH, and that's reflected in the example on the recovery and resilient facility. On the left-hand side, on the appraisal, you will need to establish that if you submit a project, it needs to meet certain criteria. And I'll get to those criteria in a little bit. On the left-hand side, during implementation, you need to make sure that through monitoring, reporting, and verification, you report and make sure that you meet the criteria. So how is that done in practice? And again, you will see an example here on how that is done for the Recovery and Resilient Fund. It's a two-step approach. You have a first step, which you could say, this is a light check on the 6 objectives. And if you look at the project or investment that you're proposing, see on these 6 objectives if there is any potential risk to the environment. If there's none, you can just sort of briefly explain and you can move on. That's the fast track approach. However, and that's not science fiction or impossible for a road infrastructure project, if on certain topics there is an element that could potentially be counterproductive in this for that specific objective, you need to explain how you will mitigate against the risks of such potential, mitigate against those risks. So, how is that done? Screening, and here I will make the translation to the road sector. On climate change mitigation, so the first objective, you need to basically, the ambition is, will it have an impact on CO2 or on greenhouse gas emissions? For adaptation, we just discussed a little bit earlier, will there be a impact on climate, on weather, on extreme weather conditions, for example, on rising water levels, as I explained. The third one is on the maritime sector or water. So will there be water usage during construction? If so, is that expected to be a problem? If so, you need to take measures. Same for circular economy, we discussed. Same for pollution prevention and control, and same for the biodiversity and ecosystems. So in the first check, you just do, will it have an effect or not? So if there are certain areas where you do expect an impact, then you need to identify how your project design will deal with this. So this is a bit more concrete in terms of example. If there is, for example, on climate change, you can indicate how you mitigate against that by using low emission construction equipment, for example. The same for adaptation, climate change adaptation. Here you could, for example, if there is water issues expected as a result of increased rainfall or other type of impacts, then you can consider proper drainage systems or heat resistant materials if there is going to be long dry spells or heat waves. For water, water efficient construction practices. For circular economy, as mentioned earlier, recycled materials or efficient waste management procedures. For pollution prevention, dust control measures or noise barriers, or wildlife crossings, as an example for objective number 6. So here you see very practical elements that could deal with this part. Now here are some examples how that is applied elsewhere in Europe, illustrating that it's certainly not impossible to deal with this. Here you see examples from France, Germany, and the Netherlands, where all kind of measures have been taken to mitigate against the environmental risks that were identified. I'm getting to the final part. Some elements to consider. Mentioned earlier also, DNSH may increase costs. Furthermore, there may be technical challenges. It may be challenging in your design to incorporate advanced drainage systems. It may also delay projects. Sustainable materials may not be readily available, especially in large projects. And in that second part of the project cycle where we need to report on environmental impacts, what has been achieved, there may be lack of data available. So how to deal with these risks, identify on increased costs, true, that's taken. Now, EU funding is not going to reduce the project cost, but it's going to help the financing part. So that could be helpful. As for capacity building, I think the project that we're doing, but in general, developing manuals, guidelines could really help to organizations, but also for the private sector organizations involved, the construction sector, to live up to the meeting of the requirements. Regulations should be streamlined, nationally, internationally aligned. That's also part of the project. And on data availability, it'd be good to set up your reporting mechanisms. Chairman, I'm almost done. I know my time is almost up, but key takeaways. It's important, not only for meeting environmental criteria, which is of course important to everyone on the planet, but also for very pragmatic reasons, and that it's the key towards receiving EU funding for your projects. I mean, if you consider your portfolio of work, for example, for Latvian State Roads, there are projects that are certainly easier to meet the criteria. There's 2 examples included here. When it comes to pedestrian or cycling infrastructure, that would meet rather easily. It would tick all the boxes. So you could also consider from your whole program of works to be done, which part you would like to propose to be receiving EU funding. And I would strongly recommend to be selective in that and to prioritize those projects that are easier to meet the criteria. Other projects may require work to be done, which is not impossible, but it will require these mitigating measures, as I put on the screen earlier, for example, creating these noise barriers or work with recycled materials. The good news is that you're already doing that, and it would take a bit of, at the beginning, ex ante, a clear explanation how you intend to do that, and ex post, while you're implementing the projects, clear reporting on how that is done. Guidelines and tools, finally, ladies and gentlemen, can help in that, and we certainly intend to do that in the course of the project. We want to develop a training program as well, and you're very welcome to participate. This is a final slide, and that has relevant documentation. Shares will be slides, as well as my contact details, and hopefully that of Lieve. So feel free to reach out. I hope I have made the somewhat abstract concept of do not significant harm a little bit more tangible. If you have any remaining questions, feel free to ask them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smit. If I may ask, my apologies if you mentioned it already and I just missed it, but it's the collaboration between Ecorys and Latvian State Roads. Is it something really, really recent, or it's been on already for some time?
Yeah, thanks. It's been going on since previous year, 2024, and it's a project that carries into the end of this year. Actually, the contract was signed late 2023, and it's a 26-month duration project, which is expected to be ending at the end of the year.
Thank you. Cienījamie klātesošie, jums ir iespēja uzdot.
Dear audience, you can ask the questions to Mr. Smit. You can do it here on the mic. Raise your hand. If you do, I'm not noticing, please wave your hand in the air. Okay, there's no arm up.
We haven't got time for waiting. Thanks a lot. Paldies, Smit kungam, varam aplaudēt.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and round of applause. We are a little bit over our time limit, and I strongly invite you to be savvy about the time, and I invite the Gints Alberiņš, head of the construction department of Latvian State Roads. He will speak about the quality topic this year. Good morning. Usually when we speak about interesting topics, it's hard to keep the time short, but I will do my best. If I don't manage, give me a notice. Good morning, professionals of the road industry and those for whom the road is life, and also to our taxpayers and road users. Today, the purpose of my story is give you a view how we as big organizers of the road works, how can we do them with the compliance with the main idea of those works? So what's the purpose? First is a construction contract where there is a construction design, specifications, guidelines, methodology, how it should be built, how often we need to do the checkups, the minimum requirements. And previous speakers already mentioned this, that we have money as much as we have, but the requirements are as much as many as we have, and we cannot always do the bigger long-term solutions. But there is also a big option to do the mistake, and we try to avoid it by all means. A main tool is construction surveillance. We don't do it ourselves. We have consulting companies who provide the construction surveyors certified, and we procure this as a public service. Of course, construction surveyors, they are competent and they know what needs to be done from our side to have equal requirements for all. We are quite scrupulously describing it in our contracts and technical specification, what exactly the surveyor has to do. And in our requirements, it is that a surveyor has to be constantly present on the construction site. Also, we have organized the electronic registration system to so that our competitors see how transparent we are, and at the same time that there is no a fictitious presence, but a real presence in this construction site. Then we also give the obligation to get the samples from the construction site and test them in a lab. Then they have an obligation to take samples and send them to our competence center in our lab for testing. And all the samples have to be kept until the construction work ending. So if there are any contradictions, we can retest them and be sure about all the compliance requirements fulfilled. So this surveillance should provide us a good result in compliance matters. However, extra, we as customers invest significant resource during the construction work. We are going with our team. We take our own samples. We double-check them to be sure that those who perform the works do them in a correct manner. And then there are final tests which we do with such tools that others don't have. And then we can be reassured that the final outcome is as initially expected. Extra, we see that quite often we need to increase our involvement in operational quality management. We have requested our surveyors that every time when there are operational checkups, when there are some miscompliances uncovered, that the surveyor writes a short report, what exactly is wrong and what is a selected measure to resolve it. And maybe we need some extra checkups. If the miscompliance is confirmed by this repeated checkup, then the material maybe can be used in some works where there are lower requirements for the material quality. If it's already the lower quality material is already integrated in the construction, and it often happens because the checkup results come with a few-day delay, then we decide what to do with it. Most often we have to demolish this part of the works done. I will later also show you some other alternatives. Previously, we had 78 such reports in previous season, and next season we will be even more thorough requiring those reports. We hope the number will not increase. In this slide, I am showing you that these self-checkups we are doing independently from the surveyors, and we have our surprise visits to get the samples and tests. In our opinion, this works makes a lot of sense. You see, in the big initially from 54 checkups, there in 16 we saw the miscompliances. At the second part of the season, from 45, 9 were uncovering some important information about miscompliance. So our efforts really are not in vain. The final checkups, these checkups we are performing with a very specific technical equipment. So we can do the final reassurance that the object has been constructed according to all the requirements. So now, the final stage, when all the checkup results are received, if it's all good and done, we say thank you very much, and we accept the object for exploitation. If not, we gather together and we evaluate the causes, both from the constructors and surveyors' side. And in previous season, as a result, we see that more than half of objects were very well. And we are very grateful to our workers for such a good quality. However, in almost half of the cases, there are smaller or bigger miscompliances, and we have to figure out what to do with it. Maybe we have to do the reconstruction when there are bigger miscompliances, then which happens. So then we get all the opinions of the involved parties, and the most obvious sort of way would be just to demolish and reconstruct everything, but still we see that it's a big waste of the resource, and those miscompliances are not that critical usually. So hearing all the opinions, we finally make our own customer decisions. And we need to take into account whether or not, against the old market players, we have an equal attitude. It cannot be accepted that surveyor to some is more benevolent than to others. We make a record of all our previous decisions for our previous work performers and for the future ones. And it's within one season. In the next season, we again compare ourselves with the previous season where there are these discrepancies more or less. So how these acceptance rules are working? If the miscompliance is with easily definable borders, that way, and if we do the repairs without damaging too much of the good quality work, and if we don't expect negative effect on the maintenance and exploitation level, usually we do the reconstruction works. If it's too much of a damage to do the reconstruction in this season, we do it in the next season. And yes, I have to repeat that. Yes, indeed, we have lots and lots of the samples, and often these samples are from several parts. But basically, I talk not about the huge discrepancies, but I talk about the small ones. And in this case, when there's these small deviations, we allow the time to show where exactly we need to do some reworking. Those can be 3 years, and 5-year period of time when we observe it. And if it's everything goes well, then we don't see any changes, negative changes. If we do see the changes, then we call back the constructor and ask to reconstruct. And here referring to Mr. Akimovs' presentation, that in some previous years we didn't have these traces on the asphalt. So if we don't have these deep traces on the asphalt, and if we see this deformation presence in the road asphalt, if it happens, we possibly won't see any problems during exploitation. And maybe the plasticity works in our favor. However, if there are some other combination of these materials and we see more problems due to that, then the constructor himself doesn't know why things happened like that. Then after a certain time, we will ask the constructor to do repeated works, and it can be quite painful for constructors sometimes. We don't do any more discussion why exactly this happened. We actually do such discussions only in case when from the constructor's side everything is absolutely flawless performance. But in case when we don't have a possibility to involve the constructor for repairs because he doesn't exist, for example, then we still have some financing for those repair works. If there is no capability to do the reconstruction, we keep these works for exploitation. Then we decrease the price range. And then we talk about a significant decrease of price. For instance, the asphalt cover average thickness is thinner than 1 or 1.5 millimeter. We still can save some expenses. Well, we cannot really add this 1 millimeter of asphalt missing. And that's the case where we just apply this decrease of the costs. As I mentioned before, these regulations we have reviewed every year, and our constructors couldn't rely on the fact that, okay, I can save on transportation costs getting the lower cost material, but still our constructors had some doubts whether the competitor maybe gets better rules and how it's not very transparent, the decision process. So for now on, we will write those acceptance rules, and they will be available for all the market players. So they are transparent and predictable for all the constructors, and to take away the chance of having those little savings on the delivery of the materials. And we give them equal attitude to all participants. About thickness of the asphalt layer, before 10 years, we already made a decision to put a penalty as a decrease of pricing, and it works very well. The dust level decrease. The specifications changed with more risk. So last year we increased the sanction for 10 times. The situation improved, but we think about changing the specifications. Here you can see a slightly dried out road with some humidity in the surface and the pores in the asphalt. And after a few years, the situation appears. To reconstruct it all, it's quite complicated task. Before, we didn't know about these drilling samples. You can get in the right spot or not. It's quite hard to use these drilling samples. Now we have a special radar. We can do 20,000 measurements per kilometer, and we can be quite reassured about the quality of the pores. But in autumn, we cannot measure it due to the humidity. But in general, we know on what parts of the road there is compliance or not. And then there is an issue of how to reconstruct this site, whether we need to reconstruct bigger or smaller segments of the road. We got as far to the understanding that if the damage is shorter than 100 meters, we use the decrease of price mechanism. If it's the damages are in more than 100 meters, then the constructor has to take off the surface and rebuild it anew. So if the issue is in a shorter segment, then we accept this price decrease. So one more thing at the end of the presentation. What do we follow up and whether or not can be issue in the specification requirements. After presentation of Mr. Akimovs, there were mentioned some issues that we are planning to change. The quality of bitumen, of the binding material quality. We see that market can offer it in the respective quality as we need. Also the penetration requirements, right now in the specification, it's only about polymer modified material. Now we will ask it for all the materials involved, and the content of bitumen is useful to increase. It won't change a lot, but it will change for those who work on the edge and make asphalt less dry and less prone to cracks. Then we have a new technology which we implemented last year in all our contracts, and that's related to asphalt sample test about the cracking in the low temperatures. There we see that there is a possibility to make strict requirement, and technologies allow us to do so. Thank you, and by that I finish. On 2024, we started the supervision and control. We will continue. The guidelines will be applied further as attachments to the contracts. And we will work on improvement of our specifications. If somebody has any recommendations, what we can improve in our specifications, our working group is really ready for your suggestions.
Thank you. Well, we don't have time for questions currently, but maybe there's something really like an emergency question, acute. But I would like to address our audience, remote audience, there, far away. There are several options how you can ask your questions prior to there's an open mic. First of all, there's Slido platform, And on your screen currently, you can see the QR code. There, write your question. Also, there's on Facebook, live broadcast, Latvijas valsts ceļi, Latvian State Roads profile. There is a beautiful section of comments, which I will then see right away. The same applies to YouTube. There's comment section. We are expecting your questions, and we will try to answer all of them. Mr. Alberiņš, thank you very much. Now, I will reply one question for him. There's a person saying, what, well, I will quote, this is, what the hell is BSM? Then I went through these presentations, and I believe that BSM is bitumen stabilized material. And if I'm mistaken, then please correct me. But I think this is what it means. Okay. Dear friends, about aspects of, various aspects of surface treatment, Estonian Transport Administration Senior Engineer, Taavi Tõnts. And we're going to talk about surface coating.
Gentlemen, I'm Taavi Tõnts from Estonian Transport Agency. Talking about surface treatment types and advantages. Who remembers 3 years ago was only surface dressing topic. I was in Riga also, so it's very nice to be back here. So very shortly, background of surface treatment. I'm talking few slides about technology advantages, quality control, warranty, and number 4 is surface treatment cost. What does it cost? Everybody wants to know, in Estonia at least, and the experiences, and some conclusions. So, I don't know how long you have a history. Maybe you have tried it earlier in 1980s also, but we have long history in Estonia with surface dressing. And later you can click this picture and also other slides, it's hyperlinks, and you can check it more deeply and study this technology background and manuals. Usually, good rule in Estonia, we try to keep every year 1,000 kilometers. Today was press release news also. Priit was back in business, who was yesterday our director, and released press news that we do 1,000 plus 9 kilometer surface dressing. So we keep this basic rule even in bad times, because maintenance is number 1, and when building comes second. So statistics from European Asphalt Pavement Association, pretty fresh data. You see, not every country, but some point you see slurry seal is very less used, and mostly Southern Europe and Central. You see some Czech Republic and Spain, and but Norway, for example, doesn't use slurry seal, and we didn't give data, but we had some tests going on in 23 also, and 24 even more. So we can have some experience what not to do and do with slurry seal, you see later. But surface dressing is, we are number 1 per capita in this table. If you divide later by human, we have 1.3 million, and for example, Turkey is 90 million, so Estonia is 3 times, maybe more. And Lithuania, you see, has some experience, and Denmark, of course. Denmark is important. When I came to road administration in 2010, I checked they used polymer even in Denmark, and we said we put for keeping less risks. But later you will see about polymer also some slides. And road maintenance figures, it does look that it's increasing, but if you take account the inflation and some ongoing budget reduction, but Monday was good news. We take from investment to maintenance some millions and try to keep positive figures because maintenance is number 1. Problem maybe is road line markings. Maybe we miss some kilometers. But surface stressing, at least we do it this year, very good level. And the manual, if you want to read, you can click later, and it's pretty good. And we have good standards also pointed in manual. And talking about surface treatment technologies, point 2, more closely on quality control, and also this fog seal and slurry seal a bit. And the definition of surface stressing, the main idea is to have better wear and weather protection. And also point 1.2 in our manual points out many positive things, 6, 7 different. But main thing is to seal. It's like a car paint. It gives corrosion away and gives car construction safer. Surface stressing and treatment does the same. Basically for road, it doesn't increase your bearing capacity, but it protects all construction. Like a roof on top of a house also, you can compare. And I pointed out also this Icelandic slide from Iceland. Also bad weather, and we have put 7 good positive things to surface stressing in the slide. Safer, it improves skidding resistance, which makes the road safer. It's important, like yesterday's topic. And makes waterproof. The construction lasts longer, it's more stronger. Definitely this clay, what is usually inside a small construction, and moraine, it doesn't like water, and water, if it's inside clay, it's going very soft and has frosty and gives like chain reaction. Water is a problem number 1 in our climate. And low carbon, nowadays you count not only money, but 0.5 is, I made it green, compared with asphalt, it's much less carbon footprint. And it's relatively quick technology, and also lasts 6 to 12 years, like top layer of asphalt in our manual. It depends on traffic and how strong pace you have there, and how big traffic, heavy traffic and small traffic, and what is speed, is it 50 or 90 in this area. Because study tires is kinetic energy. Bikes have hitting a stone. When bigger stones can last much better this impact energy, what is increasing in mv square divided by 2. It's sensitive for speed. And what we use mostly, we have 11 possibilities in our manual and drawings. I put only a few, and 1.5 times layer, usually stone 8-12. Sometimes maybe 16 you can try in a forest area. It has more noise, but lasts longer also, because of stone is bigger for against bikes and or study tires. And what is important is polymer. You can see tennis, they said they put polymer in every surface stressing because of having less risks. If you have enough polymer, 4 or 5%, you have connected network, and it brings you back in hot climate in 50 degrees stone, like a chewing gum. It is plastic and doesn't release your stone, but it, like a spring, takes back to the original position, this stone. And quality control and warranty, some slides here also. For example, 8 to 12 millimeter stone, you can test with wedge 3-6 millimeter, this rutting, and also texture depth, and also sand circle with 30 millimeter. You can make circle and see it must be between 125 to 160 millimeter circle size. And warranty manual, we have pretty simple rules. This aggregate must be not loosed. Stone must be on position. Only a few stones can be irrigated, and also layer must be on original position, not peel off, and bleeding is a problem in hot summers. Polymer also helps to avoid this risk. So, cost. What does it cost, different technologies? I made this table from each of 4 districts what we have. We send rest data. And the average rule is this surface dressing is less than €2 square meter plus VAT. And the slurry seal is at least 3 times more expensive. But few pictures go through quickly, and you can see slurry seal is much more risky in our climate, what so far we have tested. And fog seal is very cheap, but it's for only warranty period to seal the micro cracks. And if you want to have more bearing capacity, you can use this €10 solution, what is below mentioned, gravel with soaked bitumen, and when put surface dressing, it increases bearing capacity also, but it's more expensive. But you must have bearing capacity almost 100 megapascal, not to seal some clay gravel with 50 megapascal. What usually you can recognize if you put in spring some temporary sign for mass, don't surface seal them, surface dress them. You have problems. Polymer picture very quickly. East district sent 1,000 vehicles almost and performed very well for years, whole picture. So from East also, if you don't have a good base, it's good sample here. It's for a slurry seal, or even with surface dressing, you have a problem after one winter or second winter, you have a problem with cracks there, alligator cracks or whatever. And, so you must have strong base always for a slurry seal or surface dressing. And South experience is also here. Maybe positive. South and the West, they are using a lot this cheap technology. Less people there and cheaper technologies for smaller roads. And we have positive experience. We have used over 50 years, and only some, maybe 90%, I estimate 90% we have good qualities with surface dressing, and slurry seal is 50-50. And it's 3 times more expensive. So, and the slurry seal where South doesn't recommend, they say it's polymer modified surface dressing. You should consider this one or some other technologies. West District, I marked red with Saaremaa Island and West Coast areas largely failed these slurry seals. Only a good sample is this picture with 2,000 vehicles a day. Sometimes it works, but it's still 50-50 in our climate and studied tires. So what else? Warranty repairs has been used in this sample, but still you can see that stones have been irrigating, and again, after warranty repairs, the same problem. It doesn't look nice and people are not happy. But pretty big traffic also, you can see 4,000 to 6,000 vehicles. And North District very quickly. Number 13 road is problematic. We had Austrian expert this Tuesday, and they said in Northern District also they are not using this slurry seal anymore. For a while at least. But my hometown, 50 area speed on left picture, where I'm living behind this road on Nordic district, it's good because it's kinetic energy is only very small from spikes. It's 50 area and it does last after one winter very well. So bleeding picture here, you must recover with sand or limestone dust it quickly, and it absorbs, and after a few weeks it looks very good, this road again. But you must put 50 or 30 signs and react very quickly according to your contract. And positive conclusions, mainly, if you keep it with 3-year warranty, it makes motivation for contractors to push harder and make laboratory tests and have a lot of experience consult before and try to push this warranty not 2 but 3 years. We cannot regulate in our manuals detailedly. We keep risk on contractor sides, and it's hard, but it's working in 90% of time, and we recommend to keep in 3 years high-level warranty. And polymer helps, of course, to avoid risks much less, especially over 2,500 cars a day. Some polymer recommendation bitumen. But slurry seal, we don't have good experience, and since this Monday, I heard the biggest Nordic district doesn't like it also. And South said also that they don't like, but we have tested a lot in our climate, and 50-50 I can say in my conclusion. I'm pavement expert, I'm not so surface treatment expert, but the basic rule, you must have a strong base 100 megapascal. Not like 30 or 50 what we have with temporary signs. You can recognize in our smart road map if there is a lot of temporary signs for 8 tons axles, don't surface stress, make it good gravel base, 12 or 20 centimeter, and this also hot remix you can consider we import from Finland, and it's 8 to 10 euro per square meter. If you want to treat asphalt, ruts out, you can have this hot remix, not surface dressing or slurry seal. It's 90% at least working in our experience. Fox seal is just only in warranty time, micro sealing problems in right time. Okay, that's all. Time is up also.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, mainly gentlemen, I do see mainly gentlemen are here. If you have any questions,
Tõnts, so this is the moment. Droši, ceļam rokas, ja ir kas jautājums.
feel free to raise your hands, and viewers also with your devices, please. I am now looking if we have any comments.
Now I don't see any. Thank you.
Maybe later.
Thanks a lot. Tā, mīļie draugi, mums ir...
So, dear friends, of course, yes, please applaud. Please applaud. Taavi deserves the applause. So, surface dressing sounds gastronomically, but we were talking about the roads. One more presentation, and then there's free open mic.
Skatītājiem, klausītājiem,
They're far away. Don't get upset. We will start the free mic 10 minutes later. I don't think it's a huge tragedy for all of us. Now I give the floor to the head of the audit of road construction company Verners, with quite intriguing name of the presentation, the deficit of money and simplified technologies. What does it mean for an industry? Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and our broadcast viewers. I will mark my topic. We often spoken that in our industry there is less money than we are capable to do. But in today's context, I'd like to speak of the deficit of funds as a deficit in which we cannot restore the road surface with the methods that we all as a specialist see as appropriate ones. And as we heard in the first presentation today, and so it's a sort of measures, replacement measures, second best options. We often hear this saying that money is as much as we never had, and this now will be the quote from Winston Churchill. Gentlemen, we have run out of money. Now we need to think. And indeed, we will need to think, all of us, because this issue of fund deficit is not about our industry only. It's about our customer and society as end users of the road. Therefore, we will go through these 3 blocks, and in each of them, I will try to describe main direction. What does this deficit of funds and simplified technologies mean to all of us? And at the very end, I will try to provide alternative offer of solution. If we speak about the industry, we are all very clear. As soon as we get the deficit of funds, it's an increase of the competition. Increase of the competition always decreases the earnings. So the constructor, the designer cannot invest into new technologies, into new equipment. So earlier or later, it brings to the stage where the productivity drops. And with the same money, we cannot do as much as we used to do, or we cannot increase the productivity and efficiency up to the standards and speed of development of economy. And that's a long-term impact on it. If we talk about simplified technologies, we also speak about the skill decrease, because we don't have a practice with those upgraded technologies. Therefore, use of simplified technologies, or let's say not use of these upgrade technologies, finally takes us to the situation where the skills are decreased, technologies are not developed, and at the point of time where we get to the situation where the fund deficit will be over, we will need again to return and restore the previously lost level of technologies. Another thing where we don't need to work with speed and we don't waste too much of the funds into peat in the industry. Working with the surface or the restoration of the asphalt layers, the seasonality of our construction works makes it even shorter period when we can do that, and it puts extra pressure on our workforce resource. So the winter period usually is a time when the constructor works can have their rest. When this seasonality is increasing, we can face issues with the constructor workforce, because these breaks are getting too large and people are looking for different professions where they can work more regularly. Again, it brings us to the stage where the skills and the technologies are decreasing. Effect of the customer. The first green icon looks very well, the price decrease. However, it's not so good. It's not decrease of expenses. If on the tenders there will be lower offers, the competition will get more intense. So in long term, it will increase maintenance costs, and we can come to the situation where part of the capital investments we have provided for the reconstruction, instead we redirect for maintenance. And if we understand that we use this kind of technologies that actually are not applicable, and that the road should be restored by reconstruction, those are the risks that are laying upon the customer. Altogether, it brings to decrease of the infrastructure in general. What does the society think about it? We will learn to know in a few minutes in our free mic. Many of you have been in the situation when we mentioned that we work in the road construction industry. There are two questions from the society. how much costs 1 square meter of asphalt, and second, why everything is so bad and why there are these damages on the asphalt. The prestige of the industry is decreasing, so it increases difficulty to attract new workforce. So in the future, it also can create difficulties to acquire the funds, because why should we finance the industry that's not able to build a quality road? And that makes the politicians to make a statement, okay, those guys, they just don't know how to do their job. So how to explain these real grounds why we use these simplified technologies? That's not our conscious choice, and that's the only available choice to us. In this way, we encourage the society and politicians to support that we are financing in a more sufficient manner. So we went through all these issues in a real life. That's not so linear problem or solution. And so insufficient financing is not the only solution. The systematic thinking and mindset shows that in the middle there is a deficit of funds, which brings to the decrease of the prestige, and we see how interconnected all these many items are. This is like increasing loop. It's when one cause causes several consequences, which are in the loop, the increase initial cause. Therefore, the solution shouldn't be linear. One more thing I want to demonstrate is productivity markers, and it will also draw up a little bit of the solution. It's a McKinsey research about the construction industry productivity in general. So in the period from 2000 till 2020, the increase of the construction industry productivity was 0.4%. However, the general increase of productivity was 2%, and for the production, it was 3%. So in the construction industry, increase of productivity is much slower than the economy in general. And this difference also marks our ability to do things differently. And here I will take one more quote from American futurist and engineer, architect, and inventor. You cannot change things fighting with existing reality. To change something, create new model that will make the existing model outdated. What do I mean by that? Here I will suggest a slightly different solution that we can use in a context of the topics from the day one of our conference. Of course, we have to think about extra financing. But at the same time, in those slides we have previously seen, we see that peaks of the financing were achieved partially from European funding or COVID, and now we have hopes on military mobility. So both COVID and military mobility are the consequences of the crisis. We cannot rely on financing from the crisis sources only. Therefore, besides looking for different solutions, the private-public partnership, we also have to see how can we break this pattern, to break this loop that brings us to low productivity and slow development. And one of the things is a decrease of bureaucracy and control. If we previously saw the presentation about the control tools, I will suggest a quite slightly different solution. One of the reasons behind low productivity increase in the construction industry. It's a long development cycle of the technologies, which is broken in 9 levels. First 3 are scientific research. Next 3 is when any technology is experimented with in a lab environment, and on the last phase, it's being implemented in the real life works. In the construction, this cycle usually lasts 10 years, and that's one of the explanations why there is such a low increase in productivity. Respectively, the idea that I want to draw out today is to try to change the focus from control of existing technologies, from innovations in the control mechanisms to supporting the scientific and industrial symbiosis to connect industry and scientists and allow them to experiment together, so that the constructors in certain places cost a reasonable amount to experiment with new ideas, new technologies, new applications, taking the risks of it, and only the industry can learn to apply the technologies. There's no such kid who would learn from the fact that parents give him instructions what to do. Actually, the child's learning curve is through experiment. And I believe that's one of the focuses which is necessary to our customers to change their approach, that partially these funds spent for a control to redirect, to implement new technologies and experiment with them. Other ways, this implementation through specification and long experiments, we are extending too much the implementation cycle of new innovations. And last slide, as I mentioned previously, that impact has to be systemic. We cannot just break this negative loop by working on the element 1. We have to have an innovative input in this system, and that will help us break the loop by both increasing productivity through innovative solutions. Second, to try to attract extra funds to maintain our roads in a good condition. And for the end, one more quote, also from Winston Churchill, but probably it's just a Budweiser beer advertisement. The achievements are not final. The failures are not the destiny. What matters is the courage to continue. Thank you, Mr. Veide. I have a question based on curiosity. In your one before last slide about coordination between innovators or researchers and the industry, that we should break this negative loop and give more freedom to use innovations. Are there any practical examples? Because what I can create in my imagination about the road surfaces, I have, as you know, the red flag in my mind that it can be very dangerous and it needs to be done in a controlled environment. Of course. I don't think that control should be excluded as such. But the focus of control, in my opinion, should be more on the fundamental qualities of the final product. So to say simplified, I want a road, black one, with white stripes, smooth to go from Riga to Daugavpils. So this process, until this black road with white stripes opens the space for innovations and new solutions, not to control so much the process as such, but more to focus upon the final product. And as an analogy, when I buy the washing machine, I wanted to wash my clothes, and I don't ask so much about the mechanism inside. What I expect that I have clean clothes, a clean laundry. So of course the control has to be just reasonably on the process and more on the outcome. But upon which institutions you address this call to action? Would it be more against the ministry? So who can change the situation, in your opinion? Certainly, those are the creators of the policy and also all the customers involved in the road industry, also the state roads. They have this scientific capacity quite large. And as we heard, they have a lot of equipment, test procedures, a lot of resources are devoted for different control mechanisms. So this scientific capacity is already built in. So the question is how they are using it. Thank you. Thank you so much. The road construction company Verners, Eduards, Veide. And now it's 11:43. Hardly 10 minutes plus our agenda, but such an intense work as this morning. Now I announce the free mic. I invite here with me on the studio, on those cozy sofas, the following personalities. Latvian valsts ceļi board member Verners Akimovs, head of the construction department, Gints Alberiņš, then the transport organization department head, Gunārs Kains, and just like yesterday, the road management and maintenance head, Juris Derevjanko, who was one of the top responders yesterday on the yesterday's free mic, and program planning department Salvis. And I hope I didn't forget anyone from those important people I had to call. And there's a phone number for us to call in online, 254-99533. 25499533 from any location on the planet. I'm now addressing those who watch us online on their different gadgets. For sure, use this opportunity. You see what amazing selection of experts we have here, and you can ask your questions directly to them and receive their response. Also, we have a Slido platform. We can write our question there, and I received quite a few of them in advance. I'll try to read them all aloud. And even more, if you are very shy and you don't want to speak on a phone, you can write your comments in Facebook and YouTube. You can write your questions in the comments. Okay, we are waiting for your calls, and the line is free for them.
As soon as we have the call, we will also hear it in all this Hotel Lielupe, beautiful hotel, on the speakers. And now we have a question, but not a call yet. But the question is, what are the first conclusions after opening up a free market for maintenance of roads? After having opened a free market, conditions in road maintenance. Gentlemen, who can answer? I will begin by saying that this was a challenging moment and period of time, but the first conclusions are already drawn. And if I'm not mistaken, then 2027 is actually the start, like when new maintenance contracts need to enter into force. There will have to be certain changes in the conditions or in the contracts. And the first conclusions are that given such conditions, we can successfully continue and comply with the regulations that are set forth by the rules of the Cabinet of Ministers. And the experience then also might differ because it used to be the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and then COVID time, and in all 19 tenders, the winner was the company Latvijas valsts autoceļu uzturētājs, and I think that this practice would be different, and there will be other conclusions if in any of the agreements there would be any private companies actually having won and having supplied this service. But I think that in such conditions we need to continue working. Okay, we're waiting for the calls, still waiting for the calls. The number at times is shown on the screen. If you are online, if you're watching us, then please call. Also from yesterday we have a question. Yesterday, by the way, we almost managed to answer all of them, and there were 2 or 3 we did not. Are they planning to publish black point map in Latvia, meaning black points with dangerous points or tragic points? This corresponds to the rules of the Cabinet of Ministers, a specific rule. I'm not going to tell you by heart, but basically it is a regulation how to classify the road sections where accidents occur often on national roads and also in TEN-T network. Here we need to look like black points where, like with this methodology 20 and 2022 in this period, but in like after each 3 years this data is being then reviewed. Now we're expecting the data for 2025. Then we'll have this 3-year period. Most probably this map is going to be published then in 2026 in the middle. I think maybe in August. Well, when you gather, finalize the gathering of the data in 2025. The rules also have number 2, that is European road network and security. There is a certain directive based on which we were obliged to perform road safety review based on various parameters, and I think in my presentation I did mention that yesterday. This is going to be, if we look at the black point map, these are going to be specific points where several accidents have occurred, drawing the attention also for us as the managers of road network, so that we need to pay attention, we need to do something about it. And then we also must say that there are several parameters that are going to be aggregated, and it is going to be like a network with linear sections of the roads where the possibility and even like proactive possibility of improvement of the traffic will be included, stating that there may, actually not just that it historically has occurred there an accident, but there may happen an accident. So like there's going to be such proactive management. We're actually going ahead of that and not allowing the accident to happen there. So we would expect it there. I would say this is forecasted. Changes are necessary. Okay, well, because the viewer is saying that for several years there's been nothing, meaning, okay, the answer then is that once in 3 years such map is published. Okay. There are also questions, but I see that people are mainly asking about road traffic safety, as it was the day yesterday when we devoted more to this topic. Now, not so much about the technologies, about the construction, about the road pavement surfaces. Now about the repairs. Why in Latvia these warning signs are different from Europe? So just a couple of meters away from road construction work sites and maybe the servicemen on the roads. Is it really true that it's closer to the repair works? I don't think so. I think that the distances of the signs to construction works, then it all is provided for by the law. The 421 rules, which have not changed, and yesterday also there was this topic, and if we are talking about Latvia specifically, then currently approximately 200 meters before any construction object, there's this yellow banner showing that there is construction works, and if somebody is very close to that sign, or if they are somewhere very close, I don't see any problem. In that particular place, there is construction, there's repair, but there could be people working. So I don't see any problem. And I even think that it is also important to even have the road signs there, these construction road signs, and even showing like, I mean, there are people, and this is all on the signs, and that's what it says. There are workers, or even on the signs. Sometimes there are places where you can't put the sign, but that would be in more difficult circumstances and places, maybe in the cities and elsewhere. So apparently that's been the experience of our viewer or listener. Isn't it so that on the big roads you should have 3-lane model introduced, as in Sweden, would be more safe? This question, I will try to answer this question, we are being asked every year. Let us just clarify that 2+1 layout is not what we are against, but let's see, experience-wise, the managers of roads in Scandinavia, for example, in Finland, they use it for regional network as well as in Sweden. At this specific moment, the most intense sections like Riga, Ring Road, Bypass Road, the intensity there is more than 20,000 vehicles per 24 hours, which means that 2+1 loses their functionality at 15,000 cars per day, meaning that the priority and the most intensely used roads within the funding which is available to us, we can't rebuild them into 2+2, but for such intense roads, the 2+1 profile isn't suitable. When we are going to rebuild our main highways and make them 2+2 roads, then we are going to head over to less intense roads, regional roads, main roads that are less intense, that there this profile could be applicable, this alignment. But and if we compare, for example, costs of the roads 2+2 and 2+1, if we build 2+2, by building that, so the difference would be approximately maybe 15%, because at the same time, if you realize this 2+1 alignment, then all the parallel road network and all the crossroads and nodes and connections, it is not like, it doesn't get less, right? So the parallel roads and all the multi-level connections and crossings, we need to get to the point when we are even able to devote certain funding and investment to, and in such intensity, on such intensity roads where 2+1 is even suitable. First, we need to sort out the road sections where intensity is higher. And the Estonians, for example, our neighboring country, as much as we have discussed with them, there is no such solution even intended, even if they see, like, for example, 10,000 intensity reached. They see it efficiently works maybe from 7 to 8,000. And let's say this is a question of priorities rather than desire or lack thereof. So I will also add to the security road traffic safety aspect is one thing that has not been said. For example, in winter, when we are clearing our roads, then these roads are different in a way that there is, for a certain point, for a certain section of road, you have the ability to overtake. But in winter, in that specific place, when you need to return into your driving lane, at one point you're like in a bottleneck, and then there's exactly the place where potentially road traffic accident can occur. I will even say more, that the Finnish or Swedish example was this, that where there's this change of lanes, there are these light accidents that might occur, and even more often so than before. And the speed where you have to change these lanes then from 80 to 60, I guess, well, that's actually a debatable issue. I think that, and then once again, I will reiterate that this is the matter of priorities. I think we have identical questions, a couple more, 2+1 or 1+2 model, however you fancy calling it. I hope we have answered then. Why, another question, why are we not creating the lanes for acceleration where it is possible and where there's high intensity? Salkrasti, I mean, if they mean Circle K, I hope that's what they wrote. Salkrasti, Circle K in both directions. These acceleration lanes. The answer is very simple. Even though it seems like it's a high-speed road, actually it is a 2-lane road, and the standard says that these acceleration lanes are not created. They are constructed on the two carriageway, and in case if, for example, there's an ascent or there's a connection of 90 degrees and dangerous, then there is a possibility to construct such. But the Salkrasti Ring Road was in 2006. It was commissioned, and there was certain funding, there were certain requirements, and at that point, that was the project, how it was created. I guess there could be improvements made. There's always room for improvements, and then, well, currently we don't see. If there are any accidents, we will always be able to maybe then within certain programs also see it actually being implemented and built. So I will remind the number of the phone which you can ring, call us at 254-99533. Strange, we're talking for 15 minutes already and nobody has called. Do I understand correctly? There are no calls. Probably not. Dear friends, this is actually a unique opportunity. Dear viewers of the conference online, this live broadcast, just call the number 254-99533. Very competent gentlemen from Latvian State Roads are going to answer any of your questions. I mean, I said it already yesterday, and I said we are accepting any questions, but just one condition. There's one condition. Please do not curse. Please be polite. That is the only condition. But actually, well, I mean, technically, you could invite some of these gentlemen or any of these gentlemen, I don't know, for a date. Sorry to say so, but it's not forbidden anyways, if it's polite. Then, from Koknese, then Tinuji Circle, bypass road, then you do not see the car approaching. And if there's this evening sun, always I drive there and look to both sides 3 times, because there really, it shouldn't be just give way, but stop sign would be applicable. I'm trying now to visualize. Going from Koknese out to the road, on the road of Tinuja. I mean, there are several such connections. I will answer this question right away. Of course, it's not as bad as it might seem, or in the particular question it seems. There are several perspectives from where you can look, and then you have no visibility, so to say. But then actually the decision is made. We're going to equip this connection with stop sign, and for it to really be safe, then this stop line is going to be marked 40 to 50 centimeters closer to back to the intersection. There's another object for this. There are so-called sergeants or something showing that there is an ascent. Like they can be wider or narrower, and unfortunately there's a wider sign basically, and based on from where you're looking at it, we're actually going to change that sign to a narrower one, and hopefully then from all the angles this crossroads is going to be better, with a better visibility. Guys, I mean, you hear a lot of questions and answers and discussions about particular places, particular roads, just very concrete things. And then any of these gentlemen, and this was also the case yesterday, they're saying, okay, yes, it's going to be true, it's going to be so, they're going to solve this, or no, because, and this and that. But then I'm thinking, how do they even know where it is? How can they right away keep this all in mind? I have not yet understood, but I will continue bombarding you with these very specific questions. So this year, P87 Bauska-Bārbele section is going to be rebuilt. To asphalt from Bārbele to Valle, are they intending? We are creating the next project from Bārbele to Valle, but there is no funding currently intended. It depends on the funding in the future. Then maybe within the military mobility, maybe we will be able to attract that to this section. But if I had not said Bārbele, Valle, Bauska, but if I said, for example, P87, would you have understood what I'm talking about? Yes, it is a very popular road. And actually, we do receive quite often these questions about this. I'm impressed, I will say honestly. P30, when are you going to fix it? From Vecpiebalga to Maduanam. I will respond. There is a project design developed, but the funding is what it is. We are planning maybe next year we will be able to have it with the restoration of the with the surface, and it's not going to be reconstruction, but I think that for the next 10 years it's going to be satisfactory. I mentioned this also in my presentation, that where we have the construction designs developed, but with the existing funding, we do not see any possibilities to reconstruct thoroughly this road. And maybe colleague from the construction company also said that we can somehow then improve the situation, but and then save the situation. But if there's no funding, then there's nothing else we can do. Dear listeners and viewers, 254-99533. If we can call it live broadcast, in real time, you can have a conversation with 5 leading managing employees of Latvian State Roads, and I already understand they know all the roads by heart. For summer, Salacgrīva, this temporary bridge, is the situation going to be, will improve? Yesterday we talked about there's changes with agreement. The problem is, unfortunately, it is not, there are no tools for the client and for the constructor. There are also no resources. We have involved municipality, the police, and also from the station data, constantly freight vehicles with higher mass are driving on this bridge. So the surface of the temporary bridge has already physical deformations. At times they need to be welded, and the situation is such that if the builders could have somehow managed it and repair the bridge maybe at night, that now we have moments when we need to stop the traffic, and that is why probably this question is, we need to really, this would be a traffic congestion, and sometimes it does occur. That's why, and we have agreed with the builder that maybe 5 to 7 days, for 5 to 7 days, this bridge will have to be closed until they fully also renew the surface, and at that point we'll have to drive on different roads, but then changing the surface then might result in, for us, having no need anymore to fixing the bridge. So once again, I will say temporarily 5 to 7 days. Once again, there's going to be a bigger inconvenience, but I would like to stress that it is not possible to do it any quicker. And when we are 24/7 working, and the builder is going to work to fix the bridge deck. I would actually like to speak more about this matter, just being curious, and from the perspective of which we currently have geopolitically, for example, and whatnot, and what do we hear. And okay, Latvian State Roads, do you have a normal cooperation and contact with military structures? Do you know approximately what is at their disposal? Meaning, I would like to understand really, our military and can they very quickly build certain bridges or certain passes over the bridges, Salaca maybe, in Salacgrīva region? I think I will comment more so than reply. Quite often we do communicate with our defense services. Of course, it is also secret information, and we don't want any potential enemies to find out about these plans. But I will say this. Yes, we do harmonize certain routes with defense, with forces. They also need to understand what our plans are regarding the repairs, the sections where, again, we don't know all their routes, but they need to understand where they can go, basically, where their equipment could be moved, transported. And what I can tell on our behalf is that the Sarma, I think it was in the 70s, created these foldable bridges that, and also Latvian State Roads with the Ministry of Transportation, we have now procuring the temporary bridges, which might be necessary for certain objectives. But actually, not only for that, but maybe during some reconstruction work, we could use it as a temporary solution, maybe to allow it to be used by the public also. Yes, and maybe these temporary solutions, exactly. I mean, just for me thinking that you have to direct all the traffic to the closest other bridge over Salaca, well, it's actually not that far away, but it's not, you can't use it for such intense traffic. Okay, so I hereby at least calm down if I understand that there is something to offer and there is some kind of a harmonization and cooperation. Then let's say maybe, I think, well, if there was just one temporary bridge or foldable bridge, mobile bridge, and somehow that is why they don't want to maybe use it in Salacgrīva, then we would worry more. Now a provocative question. Why this marking disappears with snow in spring? We don't know how it's laid. Or maybe they were clearing, de-icing the road too diligently. Another similar question, but also provocative. A12 procurement. Why all the responsibility is on the road construction company if Latvian State Roads wanted actually to build a road cheaper? This corresponds with the presentation of road builder. It is the case. I mean, considering shortage of funds, difficult section of the road, if we really want to rebuild it completely, then we need millions. But what we decided, and as previously said, there's going to be a section, unfortunately, there's going to be the restoration method applied. But at the same time, just not to, okay, well, maybe still I would like to shift this responsibility towards the road builder, because if they have the know-how and how to make this work better, then maybe I think they are going to be forced to do so. What we're talking about essentially is, it is either the road builder are choosing the method, and then I have to put it in the price, include it in the price, additional repairs, however, as much as necessary during the maintenance, or the road builder have certain techniques, certain methods, how they can do better than it is required by the specification, and in such a way investing there to safeguard themselves from the responsibility during the warranty. Because the classic example is that, for example, if the client is procuring certain work and during the warranty period something happens and everything was done correctly by the road builder, we are still looking at the cause. And then if the cause is the solution that was chosen by the client, then it is not the responsibility of warranty. But in this case, we are shifting a little bit the responsibility to the road builder. It's not a bad thing. We have received already proposals and questions. Well, let's see. Let's see how it works, and maybe just a little room for innovation is present there. Nobody's calling us. 25499-533 is the telephone number which you can ring, and you'll hit here, specifically in real time, at 12:12 on the 10th of April. It's me with 5 gentlemen, managers, and they are anticipating your questions. We are receiving them, but you can call. You can ask them this way also. Now let us continue with the questions. I mean, maybe here there are such questions we don't know if we can answer because there's no localization for this one. For example, it says the P, but it doesn't say the number. For example, they renovated the surface of the road. For the neighbor, they covered it with asphalt. For me, not. Well, if we look at the exits of the road, we are renewing it as it used to be, meaning, for example, the main criteria for us to choose this exit way, if there's maybe some kind of an object, I don't know, a house or something, we are renewing the exit ways. But if that is an exit way into the agricultural land, forests, then we are also not restoring it. And I think I don't need, of course I don't know the particular situation. Maybe this neighbor has it to his home, the exit way, but then the one that was asking maybe sees that they are not restoring the surface to the agricultural land. Then depends really on the local situation. If it's quite clear, if it's, once again, as I said, there's a house, the home, and there's an exit way, it is indicated where it is, and there had not been asphalt, and we see such possibility of building it there. I mean, once again, let's say there are also some communications maybe underneath, or maybe it's not been constructed, but just maybe driven like a path. But I mean, if there had not been asphalt previously, but now this landowner really wants to have it, the asphalt, do you have to somehow apply? In urban areas, well, we are trying to, of course, sort out any situation, and we are also laying the asphalt, paving the road, but if it's some kind of a connection, or if we building maybe somehow it is reconstruction, it's not renovation of the road, it's not always possible, or not possible at all. Latvian State Roads, are they planning to reduce bureaucracy with introduction of dynamic procurement? I don't want to prove for 15 times qualification experience. We have a general agreement. You don't need to prove any qualification. And the question is topical nevertheless. I think as much as it is possible, we'll look at our files and maybe we have certain experience. But if it is not indicated, then maybe we can find, as I said, in our documents, not always it's a big problem. As I said, we are doing a lot, and there are not so many procurements where the builder needs to once again prove their qualification, their experience. I think in the future it is going to be reduced anyways. I would like to add that there are norms of law, and within the limits, as it is really allowed, we have this agreement within the market. The builders are only once actually applying, submitting their qualification. I mean, but we actually comply only with the law and certain procurement procedure. But I mean, do they have certain terms for their qualifications too? Maybe they have certain validity term, right? You do not decide that. That is law on public procurement. The situations are different. If there's an international procurement and international companies also apply, then there are certain criteria for exclusion, and you need to, okay, well then for the gangsters not be present in the board of the company, yes, for example. But then in Latvia, I have not encountered such situation. Maybe the colleagues have, for example, some subordinate subsidiary companies, maybe somewhere else in different countries, and then the management board member is the legal person with other management board members. I mean, sometimes it does take really too much time, maybe it doesn't make sense, but again, we also, yes, we have to research the beneficiaries. Maybe it's in Hawaii Island and with a cigar somewhere, but you actually need their signature, and that's mission impossible. I have encountered also this in my main work. I know that for you as state institution, this too is a challenge. Now, interesting question, even though I don't know if it's related to Latvian State Roads. Why in Mārupe, the intersection of Lielā and Kantoru Street, there's no intersection? Maybe the municipality has taken over these streets. Why they did not create there a roundabout? Well, there are certain roads which are in urban areas in Riga region. Again, I think we should ask for municipalities to make better decisions, but there are places where it's our roads, and this is, but the answer is very simple. We have planned, and we are encouraging the municipalities. We're asking them to take over the road. They needed our solution, well, meaning immediate, acute decision, but the roundabout intersection is always related to higher expenses with alienation of lands. I wouldn't say we didn't want to make this like we didn't want to go the difficult path. I mean, but we did. There is a traffic light, and this is what we did. And I think that maybe if it's not even the best solution, but that is, and it's good, and we would like the municipalities to take over the roads and make better decisions. I will add, Gunthers, that physically it is not a road anymore. It is a street. It's like a local, it has lost the function of the local road. And so that is why for municipalities, they should then choose the solutions for streets. I think the municipalities need to be more proactive, take over these streets. Once again, I'll say the streets, and then in accordance to what they believe to be correct, they should take the decisions. But this particular intersection, it is not far away from the place where I'm driving regularly. I know Kantoru Street. Where is this Lielā Street? Is it on the way to the airport? It is not far away from Mārupe Secondary School, a very intense intersection. And that is exactly why there is this question. I think it was maybe 10 years ago, there were some meadows, but then, yes, we see now school, children. That is where you dump this big, the big oak tree. Yeah, fell, and yes, it is. Okay, now it's clear for me, that particular place. We do not give, like, additionally, if it's like we don't need to introduce the connections each 20 meters. If there are problems on the roads because we do not take care for our property, once again, I'll just remind that municipalities, it is more beneficial for them to take over their own roads, their own streets. In this case, the municipality has already undertaken to overtake it. So yes, they said they are going to sort out the infrastructure and let's see what they decide and what kind of solution they will choose. Dear friends, I mean, maybe just call and tell us that you like our conference, even if you have no questions to the gentleman, because you are sending us the questions. and actually a lot. And a very similar question. How do you evaluate your cooperation with municipalities, and what improvements do you see possible? I can say we believe the municipalities to be our, or local governments to be our partners. Of course, there is always more room for cooperation, but with municipalities, maybe with some we work better, with some worse, but nevertheless we see local governments as our partners. And let's be honest, that these questions, we are actually dealing with the same issues, and I will admit that local governments very often, in certain situations, know and are aware of the local problems better than ourselves. I must say the cooperation improves, and we are going to do that also in future, try doing so. One more question, maybe they're asking, would you like to ask them maybe quicker to take over the roads? We are doing that, and maybe you should give them the funding also additionally to that. Yes, it's being done. I will not say when precisely, but I think for already 5 years. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was one Kurzeme planning region session where I think Saldus and Talsi, they calculated that the average budget for regular maintenance for their roads and streets was approximately 800 to 850,000 per kilometer. Then if the municipality takes over the road, or they agree to do so, we give them the funding 1,560 per kilometer. Many municipalities say they are ready to take them over, but they are asking for us to rebuild, but that is not possible. And then another question from the viewer. With which municipality you have the best cooperation? Maybe you can indicate any? I must say we have good cooperation with every municipality. There are sometimes issues we can't solve for a long time, maybe some technical disputes, maybe disputes regarding the split of responsibility. Some questions can be sorted out quicker than others. I don't want to just note any local government in particular. I'm just going to say we are able to cooperate with all of them. Thank you. And this is one question from yesterday. Liepāja-Bernāti now has the bicycle path, but why did you not have... Now, trenches are full at times. Why did you not build the water drainage? Any road construction has water drainage, and also for bicycle roads there is the layer of drainage. That is how it's specifically called, but we are part of the infrastructure called this drainage infrastructure. And so many roads also get flooded, and that is a complicated question. Maybe 10 years ago they attracted a lot of funding to sort out this irrigation drainage, land drainage issue, but now in where the constructions were, where the road was constructed, we're doing one thing, but why does the water stay is because it doesn't have anywhere else to go. If you ask more deep, professionally, that why, for example, there was no this covered drainage, I mean, first of all, then we would have to alienate the land, which would then again cost more, and this, just to say very simple, underneath there's some kind of corrugated tube and just directs it towards a closest possible trench or elsewhere. So it is expensive, but this project was important for us, and we believe that this was important. We did realize it, and it's not being flooded so often. So if it is for certain weather conditions, of course, we can admit that in many places in Latvia we have water. It is not the case when we could solve something by investing more funding, because with water it's so that, you know, we all and neighbors and the neighboring land plots need to take care for their drainage specifically then, and we are expecting it to be done. We have constructed on our behalf, on our part, everything that was necessary. Now we see it on the roads maybe, and that is another area. We are just asking for the neighbors of these lands to also drain their lands for us not to have this rebuilt road. Now, we don't want it to flood, to sink underwater, of course. Basically, water is once again the main enemy of our roads. Latvia is a state by the sea. And also, we have a lot of swamps and water. Road lines, where you can see them, Rail Baltica, Via Baltica, these planned road lines. If I understand correctly, what they mean is the tracks, the future tracks that are planned. Yes, I mean, maybe like new road, completely new road, some kind of lines. I don't know if there are any plans or any schemes where you could see like, okay, there's meadow now, but we know that there's going to be something. We have had certain researches, studies done in certain territories, and the lines are drawn. And the reservations are already being conducted. Maybe some territories with special conditions. I see we have a call. Yeah, we have a call. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. We would like to hear you. Can you hear me? Yes. And we are listening. I have 3 questions. Is structural funding intended for TEN-T road network? That's first question. Question number 2 is whether renovation of roads, the minimum isn't like negative impact from Rail Baltica. So funding would be negative impact from Rail Baltica project. And the third question, one of the presenters mentioned that the road Priekula to Lithuanian border, it is the certain section of the road is not going to be renewed in the nearest 10 years. But when it is planned to renovate, and I also, Andres is asking this question. Okay. First question, very broad. Now, let's see. TEN-T network, European network. So there is regulation specifically until 2030. Then Latvia is obliged, not within the whole TEN-T, but there's a general and core network, but for this main network, they have to build with separated carriageways, 4-lane roads. I do not see any possibility to do it within the funding we have, but the question is whether they will have certain structural funds available for this network, and currently the answer is no. As I said previously, the direct investment programs in Europe related to investment in road networks we do not have. Which we are working on now is main network TEN-T Bauska bypass road, and specifically because there's no funding, this project is also directed as and managed as public-private partnership, similarly to Takava bypass road, but TEN-T priority number 1 is definitely Via Baltica, so this from Estonian border, then all Riga Ring Road and to Lithuanian border. Public-private partnership is one of the instruments, but we do not see any other funding possible or available. In other presentations, we have also explained that with the funding available in the nearest future, in 5 years, we are going to, well, it's actually going to be challenging to even maintain the level we have currently. So the answer is there are no structural funds available, including for TEN-T network. And we will have to be thinking about something, because after 2030, if they are not amending the regulation and if they are not canceling it could mean sanctions for our state. I must say the derogation can be done. You can then only in this regulation, but only if this reconstruction of the road to dual carriageway is not economically feasible. Riga Ring Road, then Ventspils Highway to Tukums approximately, then socio-economical calculations show that if we rebuild these roads to dual carriageways, it is feasible. So in certain sections that is, and so that is why there is no such, not complying then is not possible, because it is. I tried to answer as detailed as possible. So anyways, the structural funds are not available for TEN-T reconstructions or construction. And the other question, can you remind us what the second question was? The second question was about whether Rail Baltica funding is not reducing or taking away part of the state funding to capital investment. I want to say that there is no such direct. So we do not know that, because our priority and main roads and TEN-T priorities, we have prepared them. Part of the projects are in a certain and also higher degree of maturity already. And for me, it is difficult to comment specifically how the funding is planned for Rail Baltica. Is it taking away? Is it not taking away funding from roads? I believe it could be the case. It could be true, considering that transport sector, the field in general, is not only roads, but I cannot confirm, of course, such statement. Latvian State Roads, I think, I have an impression that Latvian State Roads are not impressed with what's going on with Rail Baltica. We're not impressed with what's going on, about what's going on with the funding, not Rail Baltic specifically. I think it is a necessary project in general. And the third one, this P114, Priekule to Lithuanian border, we're not going to have it for another 10 years. Salvis is going to comment, but I will start, because I believe this was in my presentation where we had a map with several sections of roads where it's clearly known, and there are indicators that these roads need capital reconstruction. And I said that with funding we have currently available, we will not be able to rebuild these roads for another 10 years. But the essence of what I said was that we are going to look at the possibility not to have capital reconstruction, but to repair it, but not the whole construction, not to dig it up. So we can maybe sort out this road, with certain road, the situation, but capital reconstruction is not possible maybe in the nearest future. And Salvis maybe he will comment more. You already answered, yes, we have this project design, construction project, and reconstruction is not happening just because we don't have funding. If we are talking about the 10 years, yes, it's a budget we have existing already, which is sufficient only for renovations. I don't know if we have something else or somewhere else the funding we find, maybe then the possibilities occur quicker. But we have not looked at the reconstruction. But I think this is maybe the matter which we can review soon. Maybe something else can be then also chosen as a solution. I hope Andres is satisfied with the questions, with the answers. Now it's 12:36. Dear friends, I think we can have one more question with an answer, but then we'll have to move on with the conference program because there are rather many speakers still. So once again, just to disclaim, if there are no calls, and there are probably no calls, then okay. European Union is heading towards climate neutrality, meaning that transportation full mass of the cargo increases is this factor taken into consideration for construction projects? And first of all, do you even agree that climate neutrality in any way, then we will have to transport heavier cargoes? I will start once again, maybe Gints and Gunders will follow up then. What I hear in this question, we need less emissions, less driving, but thus they would allow maybe higher weight of freight, of this freight transportation. This is how I hear. Yes, and that they are going to destroy the roads, is that correct? We are expecting or planning the bearing capacity of the road with intensities, also with cargo transportations. If the mass limits, so regulations regarding the weights are going to change, and they're going to significantly change, maybe then we will have to order other different construction projects and request for higher bearing capacity. But then again, the example from our practice is that the roads and also our gravel roads where in part the bearing capacity is, well, I mean, it is not working anymore, but the statistical data we see that there are overloaded 90 and 100 ton vehicles, not so much as 70 tons, but the situation there is just, well, it's regularly occurring, and these roads can actually withstand, and maybe even more than we have in our calculations. Gints, Gunders maybe have something to add. I would like to add from a different aspect. We are also issuing, and from Latvian State Roads, such like permissions for cargoes. But there's one thing that, well, the conditions also change. If there's more weight, we are requiring more axes, so to just distribute the load. And then once again, it is not like very topical, but also we're talking about the tire pressure. And these are the things we can work on, and might be true that you can actually drive with heavier load, but not damage the surface anymore. Yes, there are indeed the standards and permitted loads, but and we are working with that. If that changes in the future, then accordingly to that, we are going to design and have the projects. Well, it would never occur just right away and on all the roads. We will just follow these regulations and changes. You know what? We have certain responsibility towards the next speaker. They have also planned their day, and we are also late, 10 minutes late. And that is why, with our schedule, and that is why I will say many, many thanks to you, gentlemen. If then let's say, and let's applaud. I hereby announce that open mic, second day Latvian State Roads Conference open mic to be over. Closed, but of course, please continue asking questions. We are expecting, we will be there for your questions. You can leave them in the comments. You can do that in live broadcast platforms or also on Slido. But let us continue with the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the next part of the day then is about a particular sections of roads, particular materials. We'll start with, there will be a story about bridges, but we'll start with Daugavpils highway from Nīdzgale to Daugavpils rebuilt. The speaker will be Latvian State Roads, Jānis Akimovs, and prior to him going on stage, we have a nice video.
This year, it starts a long-awaited A6 reconstruction after Nīcgale. Also on the ring road of Daugavpils A14. During the work time, it will be restoration both the barriers and the road surface. Also the drainage system to improve the security of the traffic. Several crossroads will be rebuilt as traffic circles. All the road from Nīcgale to Daugavpils will be set in 3 projects. 2 of them will be started this year. On the Daugavpils highway A6, there will be 12.5 kilometers of the works. And on the Daugavpils Ring Road, 8.5 kilometers from A6 and A14 crossroads until Svente. So, that was a short overview of Jānis Tihanov's presentation, and we will hear more details about it. Hello, everyone. So, Daugavpils highway reconstruction. Indeed, this segment is divided in 3 parts. As we mentioned, first part is Daugavpils highway from Nīcgale till Ļubaste Lake. 40 years ago, this road was built. Even then, it was an ambitious project with 2 lanes, with high intensity expected, with several bridges and viaducts. Also nearby Līksna. Back that time, there was an idea of building one more viaduct, which wasn't completed. And second one is Ring Road, Daugavpils Ring Road A14. That's 8 kilometers long. It's 1 lane. So Daugavpils road surface is cracked, covered with pits. We need to restore the drainage system. The design stage was in 3 segments. First, Daugavpils highway in 2 parts. On the scheme, we see from Nīcgale till Gančauski, and second from Gančauski to Ļubaste Lake. And third project, A6 and A14. Design work started in 2 years ago, in 22 and then in 2023. About the first 2 segments of Daugavpils highway. The intensity of traffic a little bit over 3,000. Cargo transport a bit more than 500. 8 tunnels, part of them are pedestrian, also the tunnels for livestock, and 8 viaducts and bridges. During the research, we saw that the fundaments are good enough. We don't need to reconstruct them. We can recycle existing asphalt on a depth of 25 centimeters. We make it more sturdy with minerals, adding, and it will be 16 centimeters thick. Also, we reconstruct all the transport, all the traffic reorganization. We restore the bus stops. We reconstruct the parking lot at the Koši Lake. Here are seen the normal profiles. 29.5 for the wide road 40 years ago. It's comparable with the road to Sigulda. Also the roadsides. After reconstruction, we won't build the side lane for this, but we still have 2 lanes each direction. And the pedestrians and drivers will still get the high functionality of the road. The main changes of the traffic organization. In the start of the segment, there is a crossroads with P64 towards Nīcgale. There we will construct rotation ring, improving the transport organization. The speed of the traffic is 90 kilometers per hour. After reconstruction, there will be also 19 kilometers per hour. We had a very active discussion with municipality. Initially, we planned to U-turn locations to decrease, but most of the municipalities were objecting because there are a lot of inhabited places along this road segment, and not to make them road much longer, the municipality insisted to keep the U-turn locations, and we keep them. However, with extra comment that intensity will increase and the traffic security, there is an extra threats, extra risks, and we will need to review our traffic organization solutions. About next segment, it's 1 kilometer of the A6. Intensity is lower than normally on it's 260. The cargo traffic is similar, like 560. When viaduct and one bridge over the river and over the train railway. The profile is 11. We will keep the width of the road surface. The construction of the surface are unbound mineral materials and almost 20 centimeters of asphalt. And here are the most significant changes on the A6 segment. Before Daugavpils, there will be 2 driving lanes for both directions. In between the rotation circles, we will construct a new. There is a part of the road that will be narrowed. What do the drivers get from that? The drivers get, in this picture we can see, drivers get from the node A6 to get on A6 in direction of Kraslava, you have to go to A14 and go against the current of the traffic and stay in a jam. Now the ring road will spare them these extra kilometers in high traffic. Also, rotation circle will build on a node of A14 P67. It will be on the same level, but a bit more complicated configuration. Expenses for the works and the timeline. First stage will be approximately 23 million euros. We plan to start in 2027, when we will finish second and third stage. Second is expenses are 25 millions. We have started the construction works this week, and A4, A14 expenses to about 12 millions, and we plan to start the construction works in the next 2 weeks. The traffic organization will be arranged on one lane with exchangeable traffic current. Thank you. That would be all from my side. The questions about this presentation. We don't see any of them so far from our audience. Maybe there's some questions from the audience in the room. Just raise your hand. We can even have a devoted microphone for that, which will bring directly to you upon your seat. Okay, it looks like we have no questions. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see one more video where there will be several amazing bridges and viaducts. You will all recognize Luorupe, and several times we heard about the Salacgrīva bridge, and we will have a presentation about maintenance and supervision of the state bridges. And let's start with the video, and later presentation from Andris Balodis.
Valsts ceļu tīklā ir 9.
There are 957 bridges and viaducts and 961 big flow-through and tunnels. Biggest works are now done in Salacgrīva, where there is planned a new bridge over Salaca River. This year, it's planned to reconstruct Luorupe's viaduct built before almost 50 years, but also keeping the historical view of the flow-through for the river. In many cases, we are keeping the historical heritage and restore old constructions. So, Mr. Balodis, we are awaiting you impatiently. Hello, everyone. Hello, Juris. As Juris mentioned, my name is Andris. I'm a bridge engineer, bridge construction engineer from State Roads. As you heard in the video, in our state road network, we have 957 bridges and viaducts and 961 tunnels and flow-throughs for rivers. Altogether, we have about 3,000 bridges in our country. We are managing about 1/3 of all the state bridges. If we look by distribution on the roads, about half of the bridges is on the local roads, and the rest you can see distribution on the A-level and P-level roads. 1/3 of the bridges is in bad or very bad, poor condition, and 2/3 are in a good and sufficient. Most of the bad and very bad condition are on the local roads. But what I want to mention, if a bridge is evaluated as bad or very bad, it doesn't mean that it's unsafe or dangerous for the road traffic. It's our internal evaluation that this bridge just construction are more used than others, and we can later prioritize our activities based on this data. And if we talk about planning, this process we can divide in two stages. One would be information acquisition and work with information, and second segment is prioritizing and decisions upon the destiny of the bridges. So talking about the information, there are three main informative sources: internal information, which are the general inspections of the bridges, regular surveillance of the roads, also the outsourced inspections and the research projects, and external information that are complaints from the citizens, the reports of other institutions. All this information also is taken in consideration when we plan future construction works. And this second segment is prioritizing. You see there's plenty of criteria. The most important are technical situation, the carrying capability restrictions, technical policies. If we go through all these criterions and levels, we decide what we shall do about this bridge. And there are like 3 baskets where we can put these bridges in. First one is reconstruction or restoration of the bridges. Those are the small renovation repairs or we can even call them the maintenance. So it's a restoring works, reconstruction, which is significant, and rebuilding, where we demolish old bridge and build something new. We must say that this planning of these construction works is a very significant aspect from the standpoint that if the financing, in our case, is limited, planning is highly important to get the financing and use it efficiently. A bit of what has been achieved. I didn't go to the far history, so it will be last 4 years. I put in the data. As you see, the average number of reconstructed and newly rebuilt constructions is around 20. This dynamic we follow each year, more or less. In these numbers, we also include the bridges that are in the road reconstruction segments, road reconstruction programs. And if we talk about what has been done, I will speak about the most interesting projects since 2024. First one is a Veide River pedestrian bridge. Shortly, it was planned for the pedestrians and cyclists to cross the current of Veide River. It was a historical bridge built more than 200 years ago. It was in a very bad technical condition, but we made a decision to keep it and reconstruct it and give it a second life. It cost 140,000 euro, comparatively low expenses, because we kept really beautiful construction, and it will last for ages now. Lejas flow through Drabeši. It's also very interesting construction. We have only 4 of them in our network, historical and quite special. So we have initially did the decision that we will keep them all. This is number 3 of the 4. This year we will restore the 4th one. I will tell you about it later. And historical flow through was dug out, and it was extended, enhanced. We put extra walls. We used the historical granite walls to keep the historical view, and altogether 650,000 euros. Tõnts River flow through. This object didn't look so grand or historical, and the construction slightly different from the others. It was necessary to demolish this Soviet construction and do the module building from the modern material. For a while, we avoided these type of constructions because in the Soviet time, all the constructions were built from this kind of product. And we had some chronicle feel. And we were taking the example. And we used more the monolith constructions. But now we use this kind of construction. And for now, modular reinforced concrete bridge. We will use this modular reinforced concrete bridge also for future. We gain the necessary experience. It's quite simple to put to mount, and this technology helped to finish very quickly. There were other factors that were benevolent, and the weather conditions and the low intensity of traffic. But indeed, that's how we can quickly build something new. Talking about 2025. In 2025, the constructions are planned on 67 bridges. Here we include all the projects initiated last year and will be finished this year. Also those which will be started this year and finished this year, and started this year and finished next year. For 28 years, we will have new construction works or reconstruction, and 39 will be restored. Where like changing of the barriers, rails, and similar. So altogether, 67 bridges. So I will mention the most interesting objects of 2025. On the video, you saw a little bit Lorupe viaduct, quite old, with 50 years old. There hasn't been significant construction. There have been only maintenance works. Therefore, there is time to invest money and reconstruct both the traffic lanes, make new seams, and because we are all interested into these big constructions for Latvia, not to let them without attention for too long, because if they are totally falling apart, it can be very, very expensive. Nearby, we have the flow-through for this Lorupe Raven. This is the fourth historical flow-through. Those are all like from the same series of the historical flow-throughs. In 1994, there were serious reconstruction works. So this year, it's more or less cosmetic works. Total expenses together with big Lorupe viaduct calculated, and most of the money will go for the reconstruction of this viaduct. And as both constructions are close nearby, it's easy to organize the traffic. While one will be built, we will organize the traffic over the other, so we can easily switch the traffic over one or the other. And the drivers will be able to drive in both directions during the construction works. And the Salaca River Bridge in Salatsgriva, it's also been mentioned in the video. Everybody got acquainted with this project. Also, long bridge to about 200-meter. Old bridge is already demolished. We rebuild a new steel construction bridge, which will last for a while. For such bigger projects where there's always a challenging part. So the biggest challenge this time already was mentioned in the discussion on the open mic. Those are heavy-duty cargo transportation over the temporary bridge. Indeed, this factor that these heavy-duty cargoes affect the driving surface, that creates deformations of the surface, and they are regularly welded, but we also work upon sustainable solution, and we soon expect this solution to be ready. Expected expenses around 15 million euros. And the last but not least, about the surveillance. For our peace of mind, 1/3 of the bridges are in not such a good condition, but still surveillance is ongoing. Every year we do the general surveillance. Once in a year we do the general surveillance. And if necessary, we do the special inspections, which are, for instance, there is a viaduct. Some car has crashed into the viaduct poles, and we need to identify the carrying capability of the viaduct. We can do it within this special inspection. In 2024, we done 3 of those. And right now, 9 bridges in the network have mass restriction. They are all small bridges with low intensity on local roads. And this year, in 2025, 3 of those 9 bridges are in our construction plan. So we are really working towards decrease of the number of bridges with such restrictions. And last but not least, right now in our network, there is no bridge with prohibited traffic. And that's one of our targets, not to allow to have bridges in this condition. That's for the ending of this speech. Politicians used to end their speeches with some on-point quotes. I also decided to take over some quotes as well. Great quote for everyone who tries to achieve something. I will quote our rap musician legend Gustavo. I need to have it. Let's move on through the work and mistakes. Everything happens for good. That's how it feels. There was one more quote, amazing quote. What happens with me? There were a lot of jokes from Gustavo in his rap songs. Thank you for this cute presentation. I'm always watching with such a warm feelings on the Pelite River flow through, but never crossed it by foot on foot, because there is not really where to leave conveniently the car. So yeah, when you cross a bridge for the first time, you can make a wish. Because when you wish something crossing a bridge, those wishes come true. No questions online. Maybe somebody from the audience here have a question about the bridges. I do have a question about the Saladsgriva Bridge. We had the one comment here that there might be a moment that we will need to close temporarily this temporary bridge. I can't say exact the time and date. We will probably need to readdress it to our top management, but as far as I know, the process itself are those 5 to 7 days. When exactly it will happen, I cannot tell. Thank you. And now I invite our next speaker to the mic on the stage, and that's in time there is a material where there was a question, what the hell is happening with this? And this Līdaks, technical director of Latvian State Roads, will tell us what is BSM. BSM. All the colleagues in industry are aware what is bitumen recycled materials. It's something similar, a bit different performance, but that's tinier details later. However, briefly, BSM, bitumen bound materials. Usually it's like formed bitumen, and to improve the sustainability. That is put under the asphalt, and there is another abbreviation, CTM. It's a cement stabilized. We have widely used it. Mostly we use it on the main roads, but also on the regional roads. How do appear the defects on the asphalt. It's exhaustion of the material, temperature, humidity, and ultraviolet UV rays. The classical restoration, how do we recover the surfaces, the asphalt surfaces? This method is 4 or 5 times cheaper than the reconstruction. We do it for the fund-saving purposes, and we look from down to up. We have a cracked old asphalt. Sometimes we use a freeze, but we try to use these materials and put a new surface upon. But there's one minus, that those old cracks in the old asphalt, which we cover with the new layers in 5-7 years, earlier or later, they reappear in certain amount on the new asphalt as well. Again, the humidity goes in, and it's again brings us for the maintenance, increased maintenance works. And that's what we keep doing. So deficiencies, as you see, as I already mentioned, those are the cracks in the old asphalt that are sort of refracted in the new level surfaces. Quite a lot of new material is used for this cover. Now we use a lot recycled asphalt, which is part of the new asphalt. Those 10-20%, we still use new material. Of course, its energy consumption is quite high. More asphalt we are producing, more energy, more the emissions, because we cannot use the solar energy in the asphalt factories, so now we use a fossil fuel for them so far. So BSM is an alternative. What that we plan to implement in future. It depends on how the experimental phase is going. Depends on the outcome. So the surface is the same. If it's a classical restoration, we use it. And instead of just new asphalt, we add some extra mineral material, bitumen, and a little of cement, and we overlay the old surface, and it's just one layer of asphalt instead of 2. And a bit insight regarding BSM that would potentially develop in the future. We will see what the future brings us, actually. But as I mentioned, for the last 15 years, we have about 300+ kilometers of recycled roads stabilized with cement, CTM layer. For the future, we still don't expect in the next 5-10 years. Those constructions are exhausted, and we need to restore them. And then BSM could be a great method, possibly, to do the reinforcement of these constructions without reconstructing them, without demolishing this layer. And I will show you why it's preferable. The cement, stabilized materials. It's like, the chocolate slice. If you break it, it breaks in equal slices. With CTM, it's also quite equally in equal bits. Engineers are aware of this effect. The road doesn't get weaker because of that, but also the minus is that there are those cracks. That during the time they are seen on the new layer. Initially, they are just seen, then they are felt while driving. The maintenance is getting more expensive. So this is not our invented method. This comes from our colleagues. And the colleagues have used this method on the high-intensity roads. That this old layer of the asphalt is reworked with the BSM method, and it's coated also for 4-lane roads. Let's see how it will work for us. And the theory and practice, that these cracks So this bitumen stabilized material doesn't let the cracks go through, and it's a big plus. So the asphalt doesn't crack. It's the more long-term serving. So what is a BSM? Here's a little engineering graph. There are unbound mineral materials on X, and on Y is CTM. Everything is good, but with time it cracks, and those cracks are appearing on the outer surface. So on the right there is asphalt, and BSM is 2% bitumen content. So between unbound and asphalt, there is that's a hybrid solution. So the formed bitumen, regular bitumen we use in asphalt production. The formed bitumen is invented in USA in 1950s, last century. When you form it, hot bitumen mixed with a little amount of water, it increases in capacity many times. So 98% of the just 2% is a formed bitumen, and 98% is the main material. That's where the mixture is much higher quality, and we have special cameras to do this mixture. So these bubbles, just like soap bubbles, they are easily breaking, but when they connect with mineral material, they are doing perfect coating, also for tiny dust particles. These small particles are creating the binding nodes. So the BSM layer becomes much more equal, and it prevents those big cracks. BSM production. The big plus for differently from the hot asphalt production, you don't need to heat it, and you don't need to heat the mineral materials. So we lower the emissions. We don't need to use a fossil fuel for this heating. So this coating is good for smaller particles, and the percentage of bitumen is defined by the percentage of the dust particles. What was quite interesting for me, it's not sticky component. It's binding, but it doesn't stick to your hands, for instance. The quality requirements, this is a bit more technical information. BSM is not an asphalt. It's more unbound mixture on steroids. It has much better qualities. The closest analog are the here are different binding component proportions. We can produce it on the construction site. Specialists know what it is. This is a process that happens inside the road milling machine. You see what is inside. That's a milling of the old asphalt. Before we put the mineral material, a little layer of cement, we add the bitumen in the process that has been formed inside the cylinder. We add the water to it, and further through the conveyor, it's delivered on the road surface in a similar manner as it with asphalt. So the cover is really a good cover for all of the purposes. So that's a common process, all the technological train. There are not all technological units, but in the front there are two. There is throwing of the cement in the beginning, then this production unit, and milling machine. And that's how the process is concluded. In comparison with classical restoration, And expenses, there is an average prices. We rely more on the foreign colleagues because we don't have our own down-to-earth experience yet. Quite comparable expenses if we restore in a classical manner with 2 layers of asphalt, or we restore with BSM plus 1 layer of asphalt. I talk about regional roads. So those are comparable expenses, maybe slightly bigger, but the work life is much bigger. And when we see that there are no more cracks, so the maintenance expenses are much lower. That's where we save funds. Also, CO2 and emissions are lower. If the classical restoration would give us 100% of emissions, then for a similar project, it would be only 50–60% of those CO2 emissions. So we are getting greener. BSM advantages that we cover existing cracks. We don't create new cracks. We extend the work life of the surface. And we have a minimum use of new material for the just 1 layer of asphalt because we add the bitumen. Material is in very low quantities. There's just a few percent. The surface restoration is done with a low energy consumption, so we are saving a lot of CO2 emissions. It's a longer work life for the same expenses or slightly more. Less damage to the through the CO2 emissions. The experimental segment will be 2 kilometers, and then there will be a third part plus 1 kilometer plus classical recycling with mineral material and asphalt recycling, and there will be 2 layers of asphalt. Usually we have had good results, and next will be just 1 layer asphalt with BSM project, and next to it the classical periodicity object. So there will be 3 surface constructions on the same conditions on the same road. We'll see how it will all serve us. And we hope that our new technology will justify itself, and then we will implement it in bigger road segments with a higher intensity. Of course, we need to introduce it to the industry in generally, step by step, but instead of starting just with something that will not work for a longer road segments. For a future, we might change our construction work specifications, and where we do need reinforcement of the road surface, we can use this method. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Thank you for the presentation. So the question then is one, not maybe about the BSM necessarily, but it is broader one. And maybe you tell me if this statement is true. Why, or I mean, after renovation of the surface, they use only 10 to 20% of recycled asphalt, because that is the restriction, because the old asphalt is not new asphalt. It is old. Generally, we can't use it in the same way as with new materials. There are experimental also sections where it is used maybe more. We are cautious. There are certain boundaries how we can use it. That is the binding agent of bitumen. It's not so good anymore, mainly. So I lost a little bit there. Kurzeme, this seaside, when you're going to be able to, at the end of this year, okay. On the internet, there are no comments now, maybe audience, and the audience here in presence. We have gathered here the people for whom everything is absolutely clear about all the presentation today. Maybe you have a secret plan to catch these lecturers, push them into the corner and ask them questions. I would never know anyways, but that is why I'm telling you thank you. And thus I invite our next speaker. Our next speaker, as the previous one, the next one is going to continue the presentation on various materials that are used in construction and maintenance of roads. This time the story is about geosynthetic materials, and that is International Geosynthetic Society member, engineer and economist Eduards. We're going to be listening to you with great interest. There has to be a device how you can click, how you can move through the slides. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to participate in this conference. My name is Eduards, and I would like to tell you today about our work group task force research that was ordered by Latvian State Roads that is related to geosynthetical materials in road constructions. And as previously, then as designed, the materials are based on the experience currently, and maybe the difference could occur in requirements, not the costs, but maybe the differences in coefficients, on calculation coefficients. And the project aim was to ensure unified approach to design of geosynthetic materials in projects for roads in Latvia. And so these principles needed to be developed for these specific use cases. I will tell you later. And to also see what are the main indicators of the geosynthetic materials, their characteristics, and to develop the characteristics, describe also the construction technologies and practices, look at what's going on in Latvia and also elsewhere, and compare the materials with traditional construction materials, and look at the life cycle evaluation, and also evaluate the advantages and drawbacks, and look at what is even this, well, is it beneficial for using in Latvia. The task force first, based on the cornerstone, so to say, was the national and international standards, because standards have these functions described there and characteristic indicators. And accordingly, we looked at the existing guidelines, mostly in the EU. And if we're looking at the land layer reinforcement, we use the standard for a particular standard. If we are looking about the reinforcement of slopes or insurance, then we are using also these design guidelines, as you can see on the screens, that is EVGEO. And where there are not such recommendations for design developed, of course, it was more difficult. But that is why we went over to some publications, to some researches that are conducted with geosynthetics materials. And what is related to the producers, we use their data for comparisons. We compared the technical sheets, declarations, environmental declarations, also to, once again, impact on environment assessment to analyze, and they also shared their good practice examples. Overall, we used 173 literature sources. Of course, we have had a look at more. And the task force was also, they did survey the objects. We had to identify, we wanted to identify both good and bad practice examples. We had to visually inspect them and see the solution that is implemented if we're talking about the land reinforcement. Then if it is already covered with the earth, then it is more difficult to see, but the task force was able to identify the risks and give recommendations for improvement. And basically we see that use of these materials corresponds to the objectives. And in general, we can recommend that we could have in-depth inspections, surveys, whether these materials are even have to be used. And it is also necessary to ensure the quality of working with the products. And overall, more than 30 objects we did survey in Latvia. If we look at our experiments, as the task force itself admitted, that is what not related to reinforcement of road layers, there are no guidelines developed for that. Experimental construction work was on P37 on the 58th kilometer was conducted with the aim to see the geomesh impact on the load capacity, and we compared several examples, samples of the producers with the strength coefficients, stiffness, because it is admitted also for such use scenario, it is the most important indicator. And then we did have several measurements. That is when we have the drainage surface already constructed. That is when we do the testing on the drainage layer and then the main layer, and then repeat the same with the core layer. In order to compare the results, at the beginning and at the end of the section, we make some control measures for the road without this geo mesh, and then with also deflectometry. And our conclusions have been such that it does not show on the load, does not show the impact on the load-bearing qualities, because if it's more than 90 megapascals on the drainage layer, then surely the impact would be less. And if we can look at the impact, then as such, we can only assess it over the course of, like, over long term for deformations, etc. So that is why the decision was made to regularly have these measurements, these tests. We do also conduct laboratory tests in cooperation with SKZ, the German lab, in order to assess the radial stiffness, meaning stiffness in all directions. And it was a modified test in accordance with the standard 61551. Originally, it is conducted to geomembrane, but also for the mesh it can be done both mineral material, mixture, or without, in our case, without. So the test itself then, in accordance with the sample, was loaded equally, then increase the water pressure in the chamber, and for deformation, the deformation then looked like this, the load deformation. And as the colleagues know, then the transport load on the construction creates this like a cone of load and spreads from the center equally to all sides. That is how it works on the geomesh too. The conclusion is such that not all materials can be equally tested. For geotextile, for example, even though they have the largest possible tensile strength, then it was less than for geomesh, but with more axial force, then there's a different indicator. If we look at specific conditions of use, there were 7. These conditions were earthwork reinforcement for these geotextile materials, and accordingly our task force did also conclude that where we have the indicator reinforcement itself, we see from tensile strength short term from reducing coefficients as we can calculate. That is all reflected in our study. And the same also internal strength insurance, the same measurements or indicators. And as I said, also reinforcement. The stiffness then is the most important indicator for the unrelated layer. Then the layers of asphalt. We have several, and two materials that is meshed. Composite material that is meshed together with the geosynthetics, geotextiles. Then accordingly there will be reinforcement for composites, all three functions. And the main indicator was the tensile strength and stiffness as such, because that reinforces better the asphalt layer for it to work. If we look at the separation and filtration for geotextiles there, once again, the task force divided the materials into 5 classes, 2 classes, then for separation, and then we had to look at which are primary and secondary on this. In these images you can see that this is the separation as the primary function for this particular case, and here for them it would be a different if they measured the stiffness and tensile strength, and if we need to evaluate the average characteristics what the geotextile is capable of, the energy index so-called, and also the penetration ability is like the resistance to during construction if there are any damage, if any damage occurs to this geosynthetic material. If we look at hydraulic parameters, if the drainage is taken into consideration or is the main function then as it is laid out, then drainage solutions, we had a section devoted to that too. Respectively, they use such a material where there's like some kind of a spatial core between 2 layers of geotextile. Of course, the main function there is this drainage, maybe removal of capillaries, and maybe vertical drainage with the connection of drainage tubes underneath. We have also described the vertical drains that increases consolidation, and the main is this throughput of water and with the contacting surfaces. There we have like stiff and soft with all the mineral materials and earthwork. And then the last group is anti-erosion materials, which is non-regulated sector area where the specifications and requirements are mostly related to, for example, thickness, weight, maybe some minimum requirements and certain indicators. And then these materials were split into 2 subgroups. The product group number 1 is the material group which is used for so-called in dry slope conditions, products that would only save from water erosion. And the other material group is the one that saves from, and it is in the wet slope conditions where there is water flow, constant water flow. As at the results, we have the design principles developed that would improve the quality of the projects, reduce the amount of mistakes, also the comparison for economic and environment assessment. And this is going to be like an option to choose the most optimum solution for a particular situation that will help in that. And the use cases, we have identified the main characteristic data, which is important for geosynthetic material use and operation. And this study can be then the reference material for construction projects. You don't need to describe the installation technologies. We also have guidelines developed. We would definitely have to update it for it to be efficient. And specifications are created in accordance with the European standards, and there is a balance between the specific and general, because there are those indicators that can be calculated and the products that are divided into classes like geotextiles. And that is all on my part. In the end, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to the team of our researchers. There were a lot of us, and also to the task force that participated in the project. And thank you for the audience for listening. Maybe there are any questions. Maybe there are any questions here in the audience. We have several. We have several upon listening to you. First of all, congratulations. Very interesting, actually, presentation. When should we use a geomesh when it is beneficial? Well, it is for load-bearing distribution created by the transport. So there is a certain layer then that protects the road surface layer. If we look at a road where there were these non-binding or non-related layers, then there really the use is not justified. I mean, we are not achieving the load-bearing qualities, but where it is necessary, we would use it. And about the study itself, results, maybe there's some public information available on the study. Yes, it is available on Latvian State Roads on the webpage. Nice. And I understand that the materials of this conference, the presentations, will be available after a while. They will be publicly available to all who would like to, but couldn't participate and get acquainted with these. And thank you so much. We have one more question. I assume this question is actually to the last speaker, to the previous speaker, sorry, Endijs Līdaks, but maybe it could be to any representative of Latvian State Roads. Maybe Mr. Alberiņš would be able to answer. So the question is, if we're worried so much about the cracks, then why would be rebuilding projects we are exploiting the sub-layers in winter, and it is not intended so during the reconstruction projects? Yes, I'll be able. This is the constructive layer, indeed, not intended for use, but the season is what it is. And if we would request to finalize all these until the specific layer and only then leave it for winter, then we would have to end our season in like 1 month earlier, because these underlayers, these sublayers, then we can even build in November if the conditions allow, but with the upper layer, with cover, it is not possible. And that would then make the projects and the construction more expensive. And, well, in the end, it is the client who pays for all of that. But with the layers that have survived winter, and then each spring we look at how they have survived, what it is. And then if it had not, maybe the builders would be the ones to reconstruct and to fix it. When are you going to reconstruct A4 Riga Ring Road, Riga Bypass Road? I think this is probably, we had this answer for already 3 times during this conference. Whenever possible, that is the answer. Whenever there's funding available, as soon as. But yes, I actually wanted this to be maybe expressed once more, because it's not bad. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I must say for this one, last but not least, we have one presentation left of those planned, and then we'll be able to go to the conclusions. It is the presentation on a very interesting project that is going to be, well, we're going to talk with project manager Mairis Čukurs, leading project manager of the Road Management and Maintenance Department of Latvian State Roads. And the presentation is National Road Inventory Project. Hello, dear audience. Audience in presence, audience online. I am honored to finalize this day number 2, devoted to technologies and development And here in my presentation, I will give you the insight on what's been achieved in management system development, and I will also give insights on the future roads. Long time ago already, we are dreaming about a unified data environment, because only such environment gives us an opportunity to have information that we can browse easily about Latvia Road Management Authority. We previously had various smaller databases, lists, and Excel sheets with accrued documents about our common 20,000 kilometer asset under management. But in order for us to gain access to a convenient overview of a particular road and section or topical information at a particular point, it requires time, resources, and it is not even that easy to do. That is why we have come to a conclusion that already for a year we are working on introduction the effective management system, and one of the tasks here is to clarify in our inventory the elements we have to improve the accounting that we've had before, and also make the functions and work of our colleagues easier, clarify, and provide more truthful information to the community and to the road administration. We have now created a software for collection data. I will demonstrate to you in the video. And also, we have used AI to acquire information about our assets. We have defined the most important data sources for information that currently exist and which we are planning on developing. So most convenient is, and we have understood that the information on the assets that are visible on the road or from the road we can obtain with LiDAR, laser scanning device with 360 camera images, and thus we can have data on the most massive and in quantity. We see, for example, how the drivers, upon moving across the roads, for example, road signs and horizontal markings and barriers and road safety barriers, pedestrian barriers, and the surface itself, how it is being used for the competency center. And as I said, the integration of AI here recognizes the scanned sections. And regional divisions are the data providers, and they know inevitably the best, especially on local roads and on local road sections. And the historically accrued data or lists, it is planned to digitalize gradually. And we also have several mobile solutions as we are on the object, and we could have a description on particular our asset. And so if we mentioned these registries that are integrated in our common information system, it is rather challenging because not everywhere or not always the data is tied to geographical coordinations. And historically, and also in the future, as you might know really well, all the information is characterized on the roads by the road address, kilometer and meter. And there is evidence that over time, when the routes change, when, for example, the beginning of the route changes or new routes are being developed and the information accounted anew, it is difficult to transfer it to the new changed route just because there is no direct link with the kilometer deviations. And now, looking into the future, the data source for asset management is now in the plan data, and these measurement plans are then, after the reconstruction projects, prepared for big reconstruction projects. We have here initiated a conversation with also the Association of Surveyors in Latvia, land surveyors, and this format changes in the future, regarding the format changes in the future, for it to be more successfully included in the systems and be compatible. And as during the conferences today, you have experienced and you have seen that road is not only a surface. Latvian State Roads have almost 30 asset groups, and in this whole complex of road, or what is called road, there are so many elements, and oftentimes the elements included in it, there are sections that are not even in the vicinity of a route. I'm talking about some supplemental roads, some exit ways, and maybe during the construction they were constructed for functioning of the road network, and so on. Asset management there's also there's a card containing the main information about the object, then assessment, photograph, and additional information. Because oftentimes on state road network, roads are not only with equipment that belongs to the Latvian State Roads, but also they have other maybe legal entities who own the signs and other elements, and that would then allow us to gather information more timely, react to certain situations to see if the jurisdiction there is Latvian State Roads, or we need to contact, for example, the other person whose equipment is located on our road. And this is the view from our colleague's workplace. It is the driver of a vehicle scanning the road. We have developed a specially adopted program for collection of data. For during the travel, we could see all the sensors in action, signal quality, and also receive various notifications if suddenly the GPS signal is lost. We can see the 360 camera recordings and lens quality to ensure simply and only qualitative data acquisition. Scanning the road this way is also accessible, and regarding the quantity, we can gather the most quantity of data or elements. And here, the vehicle was filmed on the particular section where this is basically the background of our conference wallpaper. So this is the conference wallpaper, and it is being scanned, the road. Well, our requirement is for data quality and speed of readings would correspond to the road conditions. We can gather the data accordingly by integrating into the flow of traffic, even at the speeds of 110 kilometers per hour. We have also purchased last year vehicles to conduct this certain work. Also, we acquired the funding by attracting the EU funding, and then there were programs, and road asset management system development is a different measure. I will add that all the devices and sets, they are specifically calibrated considering also position of the vehicle and of the device. With satellites, there's initial primary calibration, and then this data afterwards is additionally being processed with geospatial Latvos base station correction files for us to be able to obtain the most precise information possible about the data that we have gathered and about their locations. This is the point cloud. If we look at the specialized programs here, how we see it, the visualization, and we can see that we are also basically scanning and copying the real-time environment. This is unprocessed, so raw data. And of course, in such form, they are not used for specifically looking at points. However, the point cloud is then used in cooperation with 360 camera data. We can make measurements and the gathered information. This is how we can analyze. This is also the visualization to give you an overview of, for example, say you will see this is Baloži-Ķekava intersection here that basically within 10 minutes how much information we have gathered about the whole object. And here in the point cloud, the horizontal markings are visible. I will say this scanner works up to the closest reflecting element, but we are also then cutting off certain data because we're interested in the road surface too. The AI is involved to process all the big data amount, and here upon connection, the points, the dots from the sensors, from the cloud, we practically gain information about our asset locations, and we are then tying them to geographical coordinates. We can see here the AI solution seeing the road signs above the lane, above the carriageway, then also understands the direction it is facing, the sign, and then there is a link to also, for example, the place on the landscape, on relief. And here with the card, with the information that was recognized, we get the road sign group, road sign, and then if there's text on it, the asset card additionally is being filled in from the information that is acquired from the system, by the system. At the same time then, for Latvian State Roads, we also receive 360 view data, or as we maybe use now, Google Street View, for example. We understand this solution to look at a certain point on a map, but with this solution, we have orthophoto layer about the situation near the road, in the vicinity of the road. So if there's this set of tools, of equipment, we have full capabilities of ourselves determining how often the information is going to be updated on the road, about the road network, prepare the visual materials, because at times, I need to admit, the only information to operatively react to the information provided from the road, we only have this Google Street View, for example, data, but when they were updated, I mean, it might not be that topical and we cannot influence it in any way. And the challenges, as you might think, or understand, that this is processing time of the massive amount of information. And in the future, we see that the challenge is going to be updating of information, because it is no art to make one big data input and then let it somehow flow on its own. The aim is to ensure the everyday maintenance work with relation to a certain asset, and then if we do conduct the regular maintenance, we need to ensure that the information about our asset condition is being updated, not only after rebuilding or after some bigger construction works or works, or even such work as, for example, changing the signs. We in particular see that, for example, how long the previous sign has forced and when it was changed, and we can follow all this. I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that this is like reference calendar about unified data environment. This idea has been alive for a very long time already, and only last year real work was commenced, and in order to get to this procurement and to conclude agreements, then we signed also the pilot projects. We evaluated the experience of the colleagues from abroad, Estonia, the Netherlands, and how they do their tasks in similar agencies. And lastly, we are starting this work. Parallelly to that, we found an opportunity to attract, through Meridian project, also European funding, where we are actively working, and it concentrates on purchase of the equipment. And parallelly to all of this, to gather information and to transfer it to colleagues for use, then not only internally but also to other information systems, we are working with improvements in this system. And this is not anymore only our internal desire to scan something and to work with data. I just want to say that, in essence, precise data, for example, on road signs and speed patterns, actually European regulations are requiring us to exchange data between various platforms on European level, and we need to be able to ensure in a unified format data for it to be conveniently available for the needs of different companies and also for it to be compatible. Thank you. Thank you, and maybe there are any questions. Where's the mic here? Maybe gentlemen. When the system is going to be tied with the executive documentation of construction? So, asset management system, as it was indicated on the slide, this documentation then for construction, we hope, and we see it as one of the most trustworthy sources of information, because this information then is obtained by a certified land surveyor. In a coordinated manner, we obtain information for the whole road complex. And here I will mention, for example, the through passes. Now, even we have these locations of them, the materials and diameters. And our problem here is that, yes, we want this symbol, this place on a certain level or on data layer we can take over, but the attribute information about the material and the diameter as text then separately. Meaning the desired result would be that we would have the executive, this measurement from the area already on data level would be compatible. I think there is more. It's not a question, but clarification. You are not ordering the surveys, the measurements. But I think this is one thing, and I think maybe this should be in the constructive layers should also be reflected there, so that in the future, when we are cutting off, we see what exactly we are removing, where the construction starts, where it ends, and what is used there, what kind of materials. That is definitely something we can do. We can include there. I will object. We're actually ordering these measurement plans after the construction work in like digital format, but not from the builder, for someone else, from the builder. And each reconstruction project ends with the plan documentation, which is prepared by the land surveyor that is contracted by the builder. I'm not talking about renovations, but about big reconstruction. So each such project then ends with the plan of measurements. And as I indicated, the plan is being prepared for about the actual situation after the road construction, and then we have the topography information on the amount that is done there. The challenge, and I did say already, is that we would like to take this plan for measurements not like DVG data only, but in the systems we would like, in our GIS database, we would like to have more easily integratable format. That is why we started also talking with the Association of Land Surveyors of Latvia. And this is basically the steps for the future for us to take. And the quality of these plans then we could improve or change a little bit. Thank you.
Kundzei ir jautājums, tūlīt būs jums arī mikrofons.
Oh, we will pass the mic. So the following question, does this information is planned to be compatible somehow with a construction information system in the future, providing these exploitation files to be available also for our roads? My view on this and access to and the approach to this, if there is informational system, they need to be compatible, and that is what we are struggling with so far. If it's complicated to answer exactly, and those are the principles that are built in the road management system. That's an open and modular system, and that certainly is a future we should move to. For now, we are working with existing the management system and have improve the information quality in a future system that could be a base or foundation for our future decisions about development. The road condition, the road equipment condition, and so on. I understand that for us it's a pilot project stage. There are some practical activities performed, but we cannot say it works routinely. Well, yes, routinely it doesn't work yet. But last year we acquired this equipment for the data collection. In a winter period, we have trained AI so it can recognize our traffic signs with different quality, can recognize those and arrange them. That's what we've done so far. And there is developed a new portal for now in the test approach, where we can collect information, as I show you in these presentations. But we haven't got as far as a full inventarization in the scope of one regional department. But that's our target, which we are approaching. And you mentioned in the presentation that you have studied experience in Estonia. Does it mean that there will be a similar analogy to Estonian project, or that they are in Estonia, they are more proceeded with this project, and they maybe do whole inventory in the whole territory of the country, have finalized? With Estonia, we have a pilot project where there is a represented company, and they demonstrated to us the traffic sign recognition and the road scanning system. I believe it was 4 or 5 years ago when such pilot project was made in a suburb of Riga. And that was the first signal that Latvian State Roads are increasing their knowledge and technical capacity and can develop the solution that will serve our particular needs. From Estonia, we took this experience and we can develop it, but moving on with offer of the company, we really are looking forward, would overpay because there was a coefficient for the data saving kilometers of distance, and to build such a system, we should really make the system to be able to collect the data, keep the data, and we shouldn't reorganize each trip and pay for each kilometer covered. I will ask a little bit sarcastically because I have such a superficial view that digitalization of one or the other process, Estonians are always ahead of all our countries. And they are very good from the beginning with that. There is a question in our audience from the lady. Continuing the previously mentioned, I know that the State Road Bridge Department is working also about the new project development. I would like to suggest that VVKB would coordinate the projects more efficiently, so that this process it doesn't get stuck. Thank you for indication for sure. As in previous response, I mentioned that this BIS is our future. VVKB is the organization responsible for BIS, and it's in our scope of collaborations, and we have very good cooperation with them. And particularly in activities related to the bridges and viaducts, in the procurement management, and we together generated a lot of efforts to this cooperation for the bridge as an inseparable part of the road in general. You mentioned about the training of AI to recognize different objects and objects, signs, surface for the perfect coordinates. Does it mean that this process in one way or the other will be automatized completely at some point, or still people will need to go through these huge loads of video data? The human is not excluded as an instrument to raise the quality of the information. This bigger low category work, we are leaving it for AI to not to overload our colleagues with things that are in a competence of a system. But as an artificial AI, we need to control it selectively. And it's now done in testing process to understand what is the precision that the intellect can return to us, because we are required to recognize the text on the traffic sign, but our traffic signs are of different size, different fonts, and to ask the AI to recognize bus stop name printed on the sign, we need to understand the limitations, as it can be scratched off or damaged the sign, and so the person is not excluded from this. The roads and traffic signs is most obvious. Also, the barriers, the rails, and horizontal marking on the road is very well recognized. But an engineer can always connect to the system and do the corrections to compatible the barrier segments if the intellect hasn't recognized the connection. Maybe more questions from the room? That was damn interesting to hear. Thank you, Mr. Čukurs. So, dear friends, I invite you to join me on these cozy sofas following experts. Verners Akimovs, board member of Binders, Management and Audit System Department, Eduards Veide, and Technical Director of Valsts ceļi, Endijs Līdaka. Because presentations are over today, the second day of the conference is coming to its logical end. And a pleasant ending, I must say. So I ask those three gentlemen to reflect upon this second day and give at least 2 bullet points about this second day, so-called take-home message from everything that's been said and seen on the stage today. I would like to start with Binders representative, Mr. Veide. What would you tell us? First of all, it's a great pleasure to be part of such conference, and again, referring to some quotes, we all are in the same boat. And I believe this aura of today's meeting and yesterday as well very well shows that we have to be able to pull the blanket in the same direction. And those exchanges of ideas and thoughts we shared here, that we can compile together and find the golden middle way. So we will overcome also the challenges that we heard about both yesterday and today. Those are referred to the technologies, and we see a lot good examples and potential directions of development, and we all as experts of the industry and users and constructors and surveyors can make a united idea that we are on the right Latvian road. Is there any particular presentation that made you the biggest impression, except my own? No, you can just promote your own. Okay, and I wouldn't like to stress out anyone else, otherwise it might be taken as an offense. Therefore, I will stay with my diplomatic approach and just say that everything was great. Okay, next question to Mr. Līdaka. Maybe there is some presentation that felt more. I will also not shout out anyone, but it was impressive what Aivis Čukurs showed us about digitalization. Yesterday, my companions here, they were honest, and they said, there was Estonian, Lithuanian presentation about their plans in 2025. When our mouths left open, so it doesn't mean we diminish others. Everybody was amazing, yes, but that one was particularly outstanding. Today, I was really deeply impressed by the very last presentation. If that will be realized, really, that's something. Well, basically, we move slowly, but in the right direction. About damage mitigation, we slowly move towards that. Also, CO2 emission decrease, increasing them work life, and decrease of financing. Digitalization in general is it's a complicated process to clarify the history of the road. It's not so easy, but while it's still on paper. When it's digitalized, when it's in a unified environment, it's completely different value. Thank you. Mr. Akimov, I will provoke you a bit. I will see that today's first presentation is with a name. The selection of technology in conditions of limited financing. So is your view optimistic or carefully optimistic? Well, if I start it, I will finish as well. And if we use quotes to express our position, I would like to mention the quote from Mr. Veide about these most relevant topics. Gentlemen, money is over. We need to start thinking. We shouldn't. What we need to think? Yes, we indeed are in the same boat, and we have the solutions. We don't have any other solutions, and become more efficient. And the discussion between industry and society has to also increase in its efficiency. If we cannot see the financing and reconstruct the capital in our roads, we need to look on the methods that are to increase quality. Previously, there were discussions that we need to more experiment. We are voting for the experiments. We do it ourselves. We are also inviting to do it in the industry. But when those are public means, we need to balance out the responsibility. If we are experimenting and the outcome is not so good and the road is low quality, we do need to be responsible to the society about the use. So that's why I see here the result in the cooperation and explanation. Yes, indeed, the surface will not be so even. There will be necessary against new investments, but we will keep it working. And I see that we are not going to avoid it in the near future. And I don't hear it not just from as a customer side, I also hear it from the guests, I hear it from Estonian colleagues, I hear it from the constructors, so this understanding is present. We only need to find the right formula and things will go right. Thank you. So talking about the explanation, and that's a very good direction to think. I haven't been, I'm the normal end user of your product. I'm not in the industry. But both those days were very entertaining, interesting for me. There was no point of killing by boredom. And I'm quite sure that for people who care about the destiny of Latvia and future of Latvia, for them, this would be also really useful and interesting to know what are you doing. And at least in such a distilled in such a concentrated and digested, let's say, manner, this information is really useful for all the non-indifferent members of society. Yesterday there were more viewers. Today average was a little less, about 150, 160, if we without counting today's audience in present. So I really believe there is a lot of interest. Is there anything you would like to add, gentlemen? What I would like to add is that this explanatory part usually is the one that would help to break the stereotype, which I heard so often that in the morning constructor is waking up and he thinks, okay, where shall I go to repair something? Like I woke up in Ogre and I go to do some repairs in Ogre. And the society says, where will you go and do this? Therefore, it would be very useful also about the restrictions to explain to the customer side that we are doing very thorough planning, what the economical reasoning it is to do one or the other works, what are the constructors' role in it, that this process doesn't happen uncontrollably, that we just get some money and then we just think where to put it better right now, where to build something on our own idea. That's a stereotype from society. Without knowing all the structure of the industry, it's maybe difficult to understand for the end user. The same we can say about the customer, the Latvian State Roads, that the society in general would understand better what you need to do, what money you can use, where you get this money from, and with what struggles you are facing working with it. But now I think we really put some effort so for that those who viewed us these 2 days got their picture much clearer, and I hope it is interesting for the industry experts. If nobody wants to add anything, I really want to express gratitude to all the speakers who presented their results, their concerns and plans, and who gave account for what has been done from Latvian State Road. A lot of thanks to the organizers of the conference, the technical personnel who did an amazing job for us to work smoothly and be available also for broadcast on a highly professional level. I can officially announce that annual conference of Latvijas valsts ceļi to be closed, end of broadcast, and see you next year.